Welcome to the April 15th, 2025 City Council meeting. I hereby call the meeting to order. Judging by the men and women in blue and our canine staff, you are officially in the safest place in Wayzata tonight. So welcome. Members of the public may attend the City Council meeting in person or may watch and listen remotely by viewing the meeting on Channel 8, WCTV, and at the city's website at www.wayzata.org/WCTV. Public comment during the public forum and or public hearing portion of the meeting may be provided in person at the meeting in advance or by logging into the Teams call and raising your hand during the public hearing. When your name is called in the meeting, you will be seen and heard in our council chambers and the cable channel. You'll be asked to unmute and then you may begin your comments. All public comments must include your full name and address. Next, I am going to call the Pledge of Allegiance, and if you would ask everyone to stand if you are able to follow along. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next on our agenda is roll call. I will note that the entire council is present. Also for the public, earlier today, the council participated in a workshop and discussed the following: consideration of a code amendment request from Cove for a change to their outdoor patio as it relates to city right-of-way, and a discussion of the 2026 budget process and council budget priorities. The next item on the agenda is to approve the agenda. I need a motion to approve the agenda as is or with any changes requested.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
That passes. Next on our agenda is the public forum. And just as a reminder for those in the public attending tonight and you're interested in speaking, you need to state your name, address, and indicate if you're representing a group. And try to limit your comments to 3 minutes. If your item is on the agenda, you need to fill out one of these blue cards and hand it to staff. If you want to speak at the public forum, you need to fill out a white card. For those of you who are watching online via Teams, please send a note via chat to our staff and let them know what agenda item you wish to speak about. And we also require that your camera be on. The first item on the public forum is recognition of retiring of Jason Gehrman, Sergeant, and search and rescue dog Loki. Jason is a sergeant with the city of Wayzata. Loki is Sergeant Gehrman's canine partner. I believe he's a 4.5-year-old Belgian Malinois. Loki is specially trained in search and rescue, specifically tracking and trailing individuals based on scent. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the city manager and I believe Chief Baker.
Thank you, Mayor Mullen, and good evening, council members. Just a couple things, and maybe while I'm talking, Interim Chief Baker can go up to the podium. Bittersweet night tonight. We've been blessed to have Sergeant Gehrman's leadership within our department for the past 5 years, and Roseville benefited of his tenure for much longer than that. Sergeant Gehrman exemplifies what it means to be a public safety officer in a town like Wayzata. He works his tail off, maybe to a fault sometimes. He provides a small town level of service. For example, when teens get in trouble in our town, and there are a lot of them, and we all have seen that, he will go above and beyond to form a relationship with them and their parents in order to mitigate future issues. He's also brought, as the mayor indicated, Loki to the department, and with his own investment, really, has led an award-winning search and rescue team that has helped to save people and kids, not only in Wayzata, but all over the region, which is pretty remarkable. So that's just the tip of the iceberg. Chief Baker is going to say a few more things.
Thank you. Mayor, council members, and City Manager Dahl, I'd like to take this time to thank you for letting me recognize Sergeant Gurman. Sergeant Gurman has been a cornerstone of our department, a steady hand, a courageous leader, and has a compassionate presence. His calm demeanor under pressure, unwavering sense of duty, and his genuine care for those around him has earned him the deepest respect of his peers and gratitude of countless citizens. Sergeant Gurman started his career in law enforcement in 2002 at Golden Valley Police Department, volunteering his time as a reserve officer. In April of 2006, Sergeant Gurman started as a patrol officer with the Roseville Police Department. During his time with the Roseville Police Department, Sergeant Gurman took on numerous roles: Explorer Advisor, East Metro SWAT Operator, Sniper Team Leader, Traffic Officer, EVOC, which is Emergency Vehicle Training Officer, Use of Force Instructor, Impact Officer / Street Crimes Officer. Jason was among the best for his undercover work. There's days where I question if he should be in public service or in Hollywood. Sergeant Gurman made the transition to Wayzata from Roseville in 2019, and in 2021 was promoted to sergeant. Jason has carried many roles and responsibilities while at Wayzata, too many to list. One of the most impactful and instrumental has been the addition of the K-9 program. Sergeant Gurman and Loki were the first search and rescue team embedded within a police department. Loki started his career with the Wayzata Police Department in March of 2022. And the reason why I know that is because Loki and I started at the same time. And so all the pressure was taken off of me because nobody was interested in me and everybody wanted to talk about Loki. In 2024, Sergeant Gurman and Loki received the Excellence and Innovation Award from the Minnesota Chiefs of Police Association. Jason's compassion and love for animals has always been in the forefront of his career. He has been known to take on many stray animals, most notably the cat that was thrown from a moving vehicle and got injured. Jason was able to gather money for a reward and became the spokesperson for the media. During the media coverage, it was mentioned that Jason was considering adopting the cat, which we all took as code for he hadn't convinced his wife yet. Jason's immediate and extended family has put in countless volunteer hours. From softball games, Toys for Tots Drive, Light Up the Lake, though there are rumors that Jason has a direct connection to the Grinch that shows up to light up the lake. I would like to thank Jason's family for all the sacrifices they have made with late calls, long hours, working on days when he was supposed to be off. He would not have been able to have a successful career without your support. What I am going to miss most about Jason is his quick wit and sense of humor. Jason has a great comedic timing and knows when it is appropriate. If I had to pick my top 4, I would say the QR code that rickrolled employees, this one is going to date myself and Jason, but the Tumblr that he created with the original online state accident reports template with animals, the plastic rose, the plastic rose with the plastic dome that lights up, and number 1, by far my favorite, was when Jason still denies it, is the one that he was supposed to go get a burner phone for an undercover detail and didn't listen to any of the instructions, and it took the investigative lieutenant numerous days, if not weeks, to undo that account. Jason continues to have a lasting impact. You've served not just with skills, but with heart. On behalf of the department, the city, and those lives you've touched, we thank you. We are better because of your service.
It's been an emotional day, so this is going to be short and sweet. It's been an honor to work for the department and the city for the last 6 years. And Loki and I aren't going to be a stranger. We'll be around, here to help if anybody goes missing. So I want to thank you, all the council members, past and present, mayors, Jeff, Aurora, everybody in the city. It's been a fun ride.
Thank you.
Would anyone on council like to offer any words to Sergeant Gurman? Anyone?
Just a word of thank you, Jason. It's really been a pleasure getting to know you. And your dog's beautiful. All the work he's done. And it's quite a feat to train a dog and quite an enjoyable feat.
Same, echoing Councilmember Parkhill, thank you so much, and thanks for bringing canines to the force. It's been really exciting to watch you guys and watch the dogs work too, and you'll be missed. Don't be a stranger.
Anyone else? Just thank you for your service.
I'll say it's been a pleasure. I mean, all the guys out there in blue, Wayzata is a unique community. We love our cops. I think the cops do well by us, and we are going to miss you and the dog, of course. Thanks.
Yeah, just a quick comment, Jason. So thank you again for your service. Very impressive. Not sure what you have in mind now, but I have a couple dogs at home I could use your help with if you have some time. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll just take a pause because I know your fan club is going to want to visit with you out in the lobby, so we'll give you a little bit of time to sign autographs and take pictures out in the hallway. And thanks for everyone for being here tonight to honor you, Jason, and Loki. So thank you. So we'll just pause for 2 seconds and. Okay, so next on the public forum is a certificate of appreciation for Wendy Hitch and North Star Therapy Animals. I'll just pause for a second because I think it'll be hard to hear, just to let folks move to the lobby.
More dogs.
Yeah, more dogs.
Never have too many dogs.
We're just going to pause for 1 second to let
Yeah,
folks.
that's great. I'd give him all the time in the world. The dog is beautiful, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Okay, the next item on the public forum is a certificate of appreciation for Wendy Hitch and North Star Therapy Animals Group. So North Star Therapy Animals members, which number over 200, are collectively focused on a common purpose that drives their organization: to improve the lives of the many individuals in our communities by providing high-quality therapy animal teams and service to a wide variety of facilities. This group currently visits over 95 locations, including hospitals, elder care, assisted living residences, hospice, and specialty care facilities, such as those serving individuals with autism, eating disorders, or developmental disabilities. And many of their volunteers also visit libraries or schools as part of North Star Readers program, and several visit families at the Ronald McDonald House. So I'm going to turn it over to our city manager to honor this organization with a certificate of appreciation. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'm going to ask Director Sharp to pull up in our meeting folder.
The dog theme tonight, I think.
So we've got some images to go with this brief presentation. So just dovetailing off what Mayor Mullen had indicated, this recognition tonight is really threefold. It's for and to celebrate and support April 30th as being Minnesota's Therapy Animal Dog Day, in honor of, as the mayor mentioned, the thousands of therapy animals serving in communities across the U.S. The governor recognized this day specifically last year and will be doing it this year. Secondly, it also recognizes this recognition tonight, as the mayor mentioned, North Star Therapy Animals and Pet Partners team, who make millions of visits every year for the purposes that the mayor mentioned. Lastly, it also recognizes specifically Wendy Hitch and her dog, Getty, and all the dogs that you've worked with and pets that you've worked with in the past. If you don't know Wendy, she's volunteered hundreds, probably more like thousands of hours, volunteer hours of her time and her dog to make people feel comfortable, welcomed, belong, all throughout the region, this area, and specifically Wayzata. And you can see some of the examples there on the screen. Most of those in Wayzata are very close by. COVID years, there's just great examples of all the different kind of circumstances and life environments that Wendy and Getty and others have provided their service. So with that, Wendy, we have a certificate of appreciation for you for North Star Therapy Animals and Pet Partners, as well as the recognition of April 30th as Minnesota Therapy Animal Day. And I'm going to walk over and bring that to you, and then if you'd like to say anything as well.
Oh, great, thank you. Of course I have something to say.
The apple doesn't fall too far from the tree and the hay falls also. So this is the certificate of appreciation for Wendy for April 30th and for North Star Partners. Congratulations, Wendy. Thank you so much. And if you want to come around here.
Oh, that's very sweet. I don't know, does anybody know Getty? Have you met her? Well, she recently passed. She was 14 years old. She'd been my partner for a little over 10 years as a internationally registered pet partner team. And we were also a crisis response team. So my local nonprofit group, North Star Therapy Animals, we have over 300 teams, everything from llamas, alpacas, down to rats.
Wendy, if you didn't mind, just step up to the mic, because the
sure.
vast viewing audience on TV wants to hear from you.
So we are the largest pet partner organization in the country with over 300 teams. Getty and I did a lot in Wayzata. Some of the photo here, this is James J. Hill Day. She was the mascot for the Parables Disability Ministry at Wayzata Community Church for 10 years, and so we did everything. Everything they did, we did. That was James J. Hill. This is at Wayzata Senior High. It was de-stress for finals week, and that was her little plastic bag with treats as a thank you. We were out at the airport. We were one of the teams that started the program at the airport. It's called Animal Ambassadors, and Getty and I were specific to the main airport in Terminal 2, but also this Navigating MSP, which is a program that is unique to our airport in the whole world. We offer a monthly program for families who have children or family members with disabilities, and it's a dry run. They do a practice run. It's first Saturday of each month, and so it's very popular, and Getty was the therapy dog for that. We worked a lot with young people who had disabilities from many of the schools in the Wayzata district. This is at Courage Center, actually, where she worked with the rehab therapists at Courage Center in Golden Valley and also at Abbott Northwestern. We visited in several hospitals. We were part of the Reading Education Assistance Dogs, North Star Readers. So the one picture was us in the Wayzata Library. That was during COVID. That's at Courage Center, where we visited through windows because we couldn't go in, and that little sign says, "Sending love to you." So they would bring the patients one by one to the window to be able to greet Getty, and we did a little tricks thing outside. And this was the Getty on the stick, because there were times when you couldn't have the dog, but you were doing like a parade where people would come by and say hi. And so if you couldn't have your dog, you always had your animal on the stick. This is a presentation. I did a lot of presentation in the schools on the difference between service dogs and therapy dogs. So this is at the intermediate school. That one's actually Delano. We've been out at Delano for 8 years. So it's a wide variety of things. It's not just actually, I never went to assisted living because a lot of those people have their own dogs. I went where there was crisis. My dog was very mature. She was a beautiful animal. She also was a champion show dog, did agility with me as well. And our mission was to settle down people who were in crisis. So even at the airport, we would go to the gates that had delays or had problems and be with those people and offer support and comfort for them because they're mad. They get pretty angry. So thank you so much. Oh, and also she was Annie in the play Annie. I don't know if any of you went to it, but she was the Sandy dog. So she was in 3 plays with the Good Works Community Theater, which is out of Wayzata Community Church. But she had a star role as the dog Annie. or Sandy. So thanks very much for this. I appreciate it for myself and the work that we did as a team. I am in the process of training another dog, so you'll see us around. And for my North Star Therapy Pet Partner Group. We appreciate your support on April 30th.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe support for city council members might be something that could be thought about in the future.
Staff, do we have anyone on teams that wanted to offer comments during this section of the public forum?
Not at this time, Mayor.
Okay. So next is new agenda items. Does anyone have have any new agenda items that they would like to bring up? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the consent agenda. On the consent agenda this evening is approval of City Council workshop and regular meeting minutes of March 25th and April 1st, 2025. Approval of the check register, municipal licenses, police activity report, building activity report, approval of professional and technical services contracts with CCX Media for city meeting AV services, approval of amendment to professional services agreement with Fred Miller for video production services, approval of special event permits for the 2025 Wayzata Art Experience and James J. Hildays events put on by the Wayzata West Metro Chamber of Commerce. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented, or do any items need to be pulled for further discussion?
I'll move to approve the agenda as outlined, Mayor.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
That passes. Next is item 8, old business. So this is consider adoption of resolution 06-2025, approving the preliminary plat at 565 Ferndale Road West, known as Ferndale Bluff. So what we'll go through is a presentation by staff, followed by questions from council, presentation by the applicant, questions from council, and bring it back for discussion. Just for context, why this is on old business, this item was tabled at our last meeting to both have the full council present and a dialogue between staff and the applicant on options for reducing adverse impacts of the public roadway into the subdivision. The staff and applicant have met since that last meeting and discussed alternative plans, and that will be presented and discussed tonight. And we have a deadline for council action this evening on the 120-day clock. With that, I will turn it over to staff to begin their presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Director Sharp is going to walk us through this presentation.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Similar with the work session, you've taken some of my slides, so I'll be able to move through them a little bit faster. As stated, this is a preliminary plat to subdivide property at 565 Ferndale Road West. Because of the nature of this application, I'm going to move through it a little bit differently than perhaps standard. I'm going to present the prior presentation more briefly than it was presented at the March 25th council agenda. Then we'll go into planning commission recap, public comment recap, the council direction that was provided, and then the applicant's proposal to mitigate those concerns and the outline of our meeting, and then what the potential council actions could be this evening, including a staff recommendation. As you can see, the site is located on the west side of Wayzata, just west of PV Pond. The next aerial will zoom in a little bit further, showing some of the significant features in the area. It is, excuse me, just north of Lake Minnetonka, and as noted, has direct access onto PV Pond. This is a view from Ferndale Road into the site with the existing driveway, both from Google Maps and from a more up-to-date photo looking into the site, or I shouldn't say up-to-date, but a more spring photo when the foliage is there on the left-hand side. The site is zoned, or I'm sorry, guided for estate single-family, 0.25 units per acre up to 0.5 units an acre, and zoned R1A low-density single-family. The existing conditions include a home, a garage, and a guest house on the property, and significant driveway that is both bituminous and gravel. As you can see on the eastern side of the site is where PV Pond is located, and there is significant marsh as well. The graphic can be a little bit difficult to see on here, but we'll go into further detail later. There is significant grade on this site. The existing conditions include bluffs and protected features with steep slopes. As you can see on the right-hand graphic, there are 3 bluff areas. Each of these presents code restrictions on where development can occur that I'll go into greater detail when I'm going over the proposal. This is a heavily wooded site with over 700 significant trees noted on the property. Some of these are dead, dying, or diseased, so they are not counted towards the overall replacement requirements out of city code. The application seeks to subdivide by preliminary plat a 11.87 acre lot into 3 single-family properties of varying size that I will go through independently. They seek to keep the same zoning of R1A. Within the R1A district, there are a number of provisions for lot size, minimum width, depth, roadway frontage, etc. All of these are met under the current proposal. The density is within the comprehensive plan guiding at 0.26 units per acre. Within R1A, there are additional provisions for lot coverage, buildable area, and ensuring that the applicant is staying outside of those bluff areas. That will be a future slide. To essentially document that this could be done, we'd ask the applicant to provide a demonstrative area of where the homes could be developed. That's within the green areas, and then demonstration lot pads are shown in the blue outlines along with demonstration driveways, showing that the proposed development does have developable lots that would be in conformance with city ordinance. As I noted before, there are the 3 bluff areas. Through the review process, staff had asked that those demonstration lot pads and driveways be presented so that the Planning Commission and the City Council would be able to see that they would not infringe on those steeper bluff designated areas. One of the primary reasons why I retain this slide within the presentation is to note the division or the difference between where development can occur and cannot occur on slopes over 18%. So for a slope over 18%, homes, driveways, et cetera, are not allowed within that slope. City streets are a permitted provision within that 18% slope area, and the city of Wayzata does have other streets that are at or above this provision. If you have additional questions on where those might be, I'm not as well versed in the community as some others are yet, so I would rely on their institutional knowledge. I'm sure many of you already have that. The proposal would require the removal of a number of significant trees. One of the items that we will go into in a little bit later is how that might be able to be reduced. However, there are not heritage trees planned for removal as part of this plan. And the replacement may vary based upon where the actual homes are built and the actual lot pads, and if council moves forward with any amendments to the ordinance that will be presented in just a few slides. The proposed roadway is set to be 526 feet in total length to center of cul-de-sac. And there was a significant grade change that you can see in the road profile there. One item of note in that road profile is that is for the street center line, not for the edges. So the height does vary on either side of the road. You'll see a future slide on the retaining walls that this pertains to in a moment. There are 2 retaining walls proposed as part of this development in an effort to not encumber the city with the cost for maintenance of those retaining walls. 2 outlots are being created or are proposed, and they are tied to lots 3 and lot 2, so that those lots are responsible for the future maintenance of those retaining walls, depending upon where they are located. The 2 retaining walls that I've noted are in red on the graphic on the right. The total height of these walls was a topic of discussion at the prior council and varied between 8 feet tall and 7 feet tall at their max height. This will be important for future discussion pieces coming up. Recapping what the Planning Commission saw and did was much of this same presentation as the council had seen at the last meeting, or I'm sorry, the prior meeting as well. They did have a number of topics of discussion that were similar to the city council on discussions of dimensions, slope, height, location, impact of the retaining walls, stormwater infrastructure, tree removal impacts, and the potential construction impacts on the neighborhood. Ultimately, the Planning Commission did recommend approval via a 6-0 vote. It's a standard slide within the presentation, but all public notice was provided for this project, including mailing property owners within 500 feet of the property. Since the Planning Commission, we received numerous public comments, apologies. So 39 were received before the prior council meeting, and then there are a number that are sitting on your dais and have been included and sent out today. I'm sorry, on this one, there aren't several. I'm recounting another application. My sincere apologies. All of these summed up, there were some positive, there were some negative, namely highlighting the same items that Council and Planning Commission had concerns on. And then some commenters did submit multiple messages, so that can contribute towards that overall number. On the March 25th council meeting, council reviewed this item and discussed. You chose to table the action as there was not a vote that was able to be taken one way or the other on a deciding vote, and you tabled the action to this evening when the full council would be present. And additionally, you directed staff and the applicant to meet and discuss ways where the roadway impacts could be mitigated. Staff and the applicant have met. And one other item of note that the mayor already touched on is that we are up against the 120-day review period, which would be technically on April 17th, and therefore the council, if not granted an extension, would need to provide some form of action this evening. Staff and the applicant had an excellent meeting. I believe that we were able to come to a number of ideas or concepts that would be able to potentially reduce the impact of the roadway on the surrounding properties. By and far, the biggest impact would be increasing the roadway grade. So 8% is what is required by our current code, 10% could be allowed by the fire code, but there were other ways that were discussed as well, including roadway width, the right-of-way width, and a cul-de-sac versus hammerhead configuration, which you will see shortly. To sum up the meeting, we went through the final processes of how each one of these could be evaluated or brought forward by the applicant. A PUD is an option, a variance to the subdivision code would be an option, or a text amendment suggested by the applicant that the city council directs staff to make, which is ultimately what the applicant chose to pursue and what their proposal is. This is a direct copy from a letter to the mayor and city council from the applicant. Essentially, summing up what it is requesting is that the preliminary plat be approved by the city council with an additional condition that that a text amendment be performed by the city that amends the current subdivision ordinance to allow for additional provisions within the width of the road, the grade of the road, and other factors that would allow it to perhaps have less of an impact. One of the things I would like to note on this is that there are specific zoning districts noted in this suggested text language that staff would want to further evaluate before being able to fully determine whether these would have greater impacts upon the full community. But in large part, staff is supportive of evaluating this if council directed. I'm going to linger a little bit longer with these. I've been moving through kind of quickly for the prior items, but now we're getting into the kind of new section and want to make sure that I cover items so that council doesn't need to ask too many questions. I'll start with what the current provisions out of code require, which are an 8% maximum roadway grade, 26 back-to-back curb. Just to clarify, all of the dimensions that I'm going to be providing for roadway is from back of curb to back of curb. I'm not an engineer, and I will defer to the engineer before trying to answer that. A 50-foot right-of-way and a cul-de-sac rather than a hammerhead configuration are required by code. The applicant has put forward two potential concepts. I'll leave it to them on whether they want to state a preference for one versus another. However, they did want to demonstrate that they had gone through the effort of evaluating multiple concepts for the council and staff. So Exhibit A has a 10% roadway grade, a 21-foot roadway width, retains the original 50-foot right-of-way, and has a hammerhead configuration. And you can see that in the graphic on the left. And then Exhibit B is a 10% roadway grade, a 24-foot roadway width, again, the 50-foot right-of-way, and a cul-de-sac configuration. One of the things we were able to do out of our discussion after meeting with the applicant was determine where the greatest impacts would be. And as I already noted, the greatest impact to the site is likely due to the roadway grade changing from 8% to 10%. So the original is on top there, and you can see, again, this is street center line. You can see there's a significant amount of reduction of the amount of cut that would need to occur in the new project. What this results in is the retaining walls going from 8 foot at maximum height, 7 foot for one, 8 for the other, down to a maximum height of 4 feet. It would reduce the length of that retaining wall so that 8-foot section would be for a shorter distance, and the overall length would be for a shorter distance, down to a 4-foot height, and from 405 feet long down to 293 foot long, or 112-foot reduction in the total length of the wall. The actual impact to the surrounding trees and landscape would be reduced. At this time, the applicant hasn't been able to provide by how much. They're interested in working with the city to see how that can be evaluated as they go through for their final plat. The same stays true for the anticipated tree retention, and that would increase out of this proposal, likely with less impacts to trees. The exact trees and the amount saved would need to be studied at a future date when they submitted their final plat. And then, because there would be less roadway, there would be less stormwater requirements. The graphics that have been presented don't have the amended stormwater, as that is another item that would need to be further updated in their final plat application. After review, staff would support Exhibit B if council directed staff to make the required text amendments. The city engineer and public works director and fire chief have spoken with the state fire marshal and obtained their advice and could speak a little bit further about how that discussion went if council has additional questions. But the preference would be for a 10% max grade. The 24-foot roadway width, 50-foot right-of-way remains unchanged, and then a strong preference for the cul-de-sac to ensure health and human safety in case there were an emergency at one of the homes, particularly towards the end of the cul-de-sac, as a hammerhead configuration wouldn't allow as many vehicles to stack within the cul-de-sac. Staff foresees that there would be approximately 3 council actions that could be taken. Obviously, the council could direct in other ways than this, but these are the 3 most prominent. The first could be to adopt the original resolution of 06-2025, approving the preliminary plat at 565 Ferndale. Alternatively, council may also adopt resolution 06-2025 with the additional condition noted. You can see it there on your screen, but it's essentially that it has a secondary provision where council also directs staff to prepare a code amendment consistent with Exhibit B, or if the council wished, either of the exhibits. And then the third option would be a motion to deny the application and state findings of denial. With that, I would stand for questions and can certainly, or sit for questions, and could certainly go back to any slides as needed.
Sure. Questions of staff from council?
I've got some questions here for the staff initially. So I'm just curious, why did this project go down the path of a subdivision application with a city putting in a street with the code provisions for that versus a POD?
I'll take my best estimate of that. My understanding is that that is a permitted activity for the applicant to apply for. I do not know, I believe that the applicant has stated that there was discussions of a PUD. I do not know what advice had been provided on that in the past.
Mayor Mullen and Councilmember Pluckish, just to add a little bit more color, staff has met with the applicant, probably dozens of times over the past couple of years. We give suggestions, recommendations. Ultimately, they've got a great team, experienced team. They know what the options are, and so they ultimately moved forward. They thought it was, the best for them to move forward with the subdivision option.
Okay, a follow-up question to that. So if this had gone down the PUD path and the plan came before us looking just like this, with the roadway cutting through the steep grade and the width that it is, either in the original or the one that's before us today, in a PUD format, would that have been approved?
Councilmember Plakish, no way to know that. A PUD is a different process, different type of decision, so it's really hard to say.
Okay.
Other questions of staff?
And that kind of follows up.
Go ahead.
Thank you. In the spirit of Councilmember Plakish's question, why, at this most recent meeting with the applicant, why do you think they picked text amendment to the ordinance versus variance? It seemed like variance was an option as well.
Maybe we could direct that to the city attorney, because that's kind of a legal, procedural.
Sure. Mayor, council member, I mean, I don't know all of the applicant's reasons, but as the city manager said about the last question, it's a different process, a different standard for the request. Frankly, it's more difficult, requires 4 of 5 votes and different types of findings related to practical difficulties of the lots. I mean, we certainly talked about it as an option. We highlighted it for them. They chose the text amendment route. I will say the text amendment route does give the city council more discretion in crafting an amendment that works citywide. To the extent you have, to the extent you would like to have that tool in smaller subdivisions to have the ability to look at something that's smaller with less impacts, the zoning ordinance amendment route would give you that option, whereas the variance would be very specific to this property.
It's just hard to look at this property and not see practical difficulty.
Further questions, Councilmember McDonald?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Sorensen, did you have a question?
Yeah, the question is staff. I understood that Exhibit B was presented along with another Exhibit A from the applicant, and it was reviewed by, I think, our Public Works people and maybe the fire chief and others. And there was, the recommendation was to go with Exhibit B, but I guess I'd be curious in discussion about, more about that, Exhibit A versus Exhibit B.
I guess they're looking at me.
Ike, take it.
Yeah, a couple different things. I think the biggest benefit, as Alex had mentioned, to the modified plans, either one of them, is the grade change. We have to look to our fire code to kind of address public safety. Fire code allows up to no more than a 10% grade. The other alternative is road width. Road width, according to the fire code, allows a minimum width of 20 feet. Those are typically for through streets. This is a dead-end street or cul-de-sac street. There is some guidance. It's not part of their requirements. They have an appendix that talks about their road widths, and they're actually wider than this in that guidance. So with discussion with the fire chief, he was comfortable with a narrower street than we allow per code. And because it's not a through street, he would prefer that it be 24 feet in width with a larger turnaround. As Alex mentioned, primarily the hammerhead would be difficult for their larger vehicles to be able to turn around in. And it just doesn't provide capacity for public safety vehicles.
So so 20 foot is a minimum, but the preference is 24 at this point?
That's correct.
And the hammerhead versus the cul-de-sac. So the hammerhead would function, it sounds like, not as well as the cul-de-sac?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Sure. Further questions, Councilmember Plecas?
Well, I can lend a little bit of insight to that, too, having been a firefighter here for many years and retiring a couple years ago, and a driver. It would be more difficult to do the hammerhead, but I'm curious as to why that was thrown in as an option versus the cul-de-sac. That might be the applicant to answer, I don't know. But the other thing is that as a firefighter, many times we had to go on driveways that were way narrower than these streets, and we were able to get in and out. It's just a little tricky, and you need some help, but just want to throw that out there.
Further questions of staff?
I have a follow-up, Councilmember, on that exact question. Thank you for bringing that up, Councilmember Plekish, is, are there safety standards that apply to driveways? Because I look at these and they're very long driveways. So if there was a very urgent emergency, would the emergency vehicle actually prefer to just drive up to the house instead of parking on the street? Never thought about it before.
I can't answer that specifically, but typically, in the case of a fire, unless the house is far back from the street, they're going to fight the fire from the street. Police vehicles and ambulance are going to pull up as close as they can. We allow up to a 24-foot wide driveway, which is, we have some of those in town. We like to see them so that longer driveways have the ability for cars to somewhat pass each other, which could be as narrow as 16.
But if you have a driveway that is 200 feet, can you fight a fire from the street, or do you have to?
I'll answer that. Yes, you can. There are things called hoses that can be strung together.
Okay.
But an ambulance might be a little different. You want to get as close as you can for pulling people out and so
I
on.
didn't know how much hose was able to be.
We have a lot.
Okay, we have a lot of hose. I'm glad to hear it. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? And just from a process perspective, if you, just one, and then I'll turn it over to you. If you do have a member of the public that do want to speak about this, you need to fill out a blue card or initiate a chat session with staff. And then, sorry, Councilmember Parkle, please proceed with your questions.
So there are fire codes for the city, there are fire codes probably for the county, and I know there are state fire codes. And there are also right-of-way guidelines and drainage and retention guidelines, road width guidelines, all these things. If this were a PUD or a variance, do we have more discretion with those items than we do with a text amendment? And this might be a question for city manager, for Attorney Shelzel.
I think this is an attorney-level question, personally.
Mayor, Councilmember, well, so any text amendment we make to city code can't be inconsistent with state law. So I don't think we could adopt something that would conflict with a state fire code regulation, for example. But in terms of flexibility on the rules, I mean, as long as it's rational and it promotes health, safety, welfare, we could look at just about any change that promotes those things and doesn't conflict with state law or other legal principle. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Let's take I've heard the fire code, the width of the road for the state is 20 feet. So we're kind of limited by that. Are we still limited by that with a PUD and the variance? Or in a PUD, can we do lanes and private roads and things like that that aren't 20 feet?
It's a challenging question because I think it affects in our code several different places that we would need to look at. We have a separate provision that doesn't allow for private roads. So we'd have to consider that as well. I think we would be looking at the fire code as our guidance as a minimum standard if that were the case in any case. From what the research I've done and the conversations I've had with Chief Claffrich, that seems to be the tightest standard.
Okay, so I guess then I have two questions then. One is, with a PUD and a variance, would we have been able to not have a city road? I guess that's the first question. And then my second question is, how do we get these nice little private roads, roads without curb and gutter, small, long driveways, how do we get those in the city? Are they grandfathered in? Are they not allowed anymore by any kind of flexibility? I'm just wondering, because I think everybody would appreciate this not having a big road, except maybe the fireman when he comes in, you know? And it's like, is there a method to get that if the applicant so wanted to?
I'm just going to respond real quick and say, I think our community development director has laid out a couple of the different options that have been presented. We've spoken to the applicant about the PUD process, the variance process, and the code amendment process. I think those are the three alternatives. To talk a little bit about history of streets and why they are the way they are. Our code was created at some point to kind of guide how our streets were created. A lot of the examples that were given at our last council meeting are a combination of approvals that have been made by our councils in the past. Locust Hills, for example, 24-foot wide street is a PUD project. Stonecrest, which is another Bushway Road project, I believe that was either a variance or conditional use of some sort that did allow for a private drive. Those are the most recent projects that we've had with new streets. We haven't had any new streets in quite a while. This happens to be a new one, and we and the applicant started with trying to conform with our code.
Go ahead, David.
Yeah, Mayor and Councilmember Parkhill, to answer the first part of your question, a PUD does allow for private streets. In general, that's prohibited in the subdivision ordinance. You can get a variance from provisions of the subdivision ordinance and from the zoning ordinance, but you can't get a variance from state fire code. So the variance is a tool for varying from the zoning ordinance and the subdivision ordinance, as long as it doesn't get you a variance from another state law or federal regulation or something like that, if that helps.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would just note in the packet, there are references to the length, width of several roads that were referenced by Mike. I don't know the page number, I can look it up, but it's in there that gives parameters of, different paths with a PUD. Further questions of staff, otherwise we're gonna turn it over to the applicant for a presentation, then we will take public comments. So, any other questions of staff? Go ahead.
Just one quick one. I have this one on my desk, or we all do.
Yep.
And to me, this doesn't look like it tells me who submitted this.
That was from Mr. Hemsley.
Okay.
So, and he is on deck to speak to it in the public comments.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so with no further questions of staff at this time, we'll turn it over to the applicant for their presentation, and then we'll take public input. No, take your time. I mean, you gotta, don't rush, just get it right.
We were asked by the staff to bring in some graphics that can show what things look like, so.
Yeah, no problem. Take your time.
Just so you know, Mr. Mayor, we have not seen these, so this will be first time debuting
Sure.
graphics.
Yeah, they are. with the street section, just since it's over there.
Yeah, take a breath and we'll let these be passed out and then you can go.
I left my water when I was here 2 weeks ago.
There you go.
Hi, my name is Samantha Capon Muldoon. I am the owner of the property at 565 West Ferndale, and just first want to say thank you so much for having me back. I really appreciate the time and energy all of the council members bring to the city as a whole and the city staff, and of course, my team, who've been amazing. Meredith Howell is here, Mike Stedman. Because of the switch in date, we are missing a few people from our team, so I apologize, but our environmental planner, Bruce Malkerson, Mike Stedman, who else? The guy from Rachel Construct. We had a lot of people who couldn't be here tonight, so we will do our best to answer the questions, your questions, with the experts that we do have. So just, I'm going to breeze through as much as I can on the presentation, but there are some parts that are sort of detailed, and I want to spend time on them. So you all heard us introduce ourselves last time. I'm Samantha Capon Muldoon. My sisters Allison Capon and Heather Capon Cox are dialing in on Zoom and watching, and we are the owners of the property. I'm just going to talk about why we're here, what the results of our collaboration were from a design perspective and also from a process perspective, our request for an approval, the benefits of that, and then take any questions you have. So we're here because on February 24th, we submitted a application to the Planning Commission for a 3-lot subdivision on almost 12 acres. That was unanimously recommended for approval, 6-0, and so we brought it to the City Council, as you know, on March 25th. So at that meeting, there was a lot of discussion, and people generally agreed that while objectively compliant, it raised concerns surrounding the impact of the road, and we were directed to work with the city staff to try and come up with some creative ways to mitigate those concerns. So the applicant and the staff collaborated. We had a really great meeting, several hours, a team of 15 people, I think, lots of really good discussions, and we identified a bunch of different opportunities to respond to the council's concerns. We discussed designs, engineering, process, impacts, legal opinions, and what I'm going to do today is show you where we netted out. The really great thing about this collaborative process is it became very clear from both our engineering staff and the city engineering staff that some very small engineering changes to the road could have a really big impact. And specifically, the slope and the width would really impact the hardscaping, the grading, the retaining walls, the southern rain garden, and the tree removals. And that was sort of where we started focusing our efforts, was on those 2 changes. We also talked a lot about the process, and where we netted out was the city council, if they amend their code to allow for more flexibility going forward for the council with regard to small roads. And we are hopeful that this will bring benefits to the city beyond our project. It allows for more discretion in small subdivisions, and I think is something that we sense that might be of an advantage going forward. And the city staff and the applicant both approve this approach of a code amendment. If that code amendment is made, we would then be able to modify our application as a condition of approval within this new minor local road standard, which is what we are proposing the city consider. We would be able to increase the grade of the road to 10% from 8%, and we would be able to narrow the width of the road. So what would that look like? What would that do for the plan that we presented? What we brought into the meeting on April 2nd were 2 plans, both of which had a 20-foot paved road, both of which had a 10% grade. Oh, and I should say, and I'm so sorry, Alex, and I didn't talk about this earlier, we're talking front to front, not back to back. So all of the numbers we are using are from the inside curb to the inside curb, and the city is using outside curb to outside curb. They are the same numbers. A 20-foot paved road has a 21.3 back-to-back. So it's going to be confusing, and I'll revisit it as we go through, but unfortunately, they're the same thing, just different language. Either way, the 20-foot minimum is the smallest permitted by the state. So we said, what if we could take it down to be as small as we could? What if we could raise it up to the highest grade that we could under the state fire code? And that was sort of our main focus. But then we also thought, well, gosh, that cul-de-sac, what if we could make that smaller? Less impervious surface, maybe that would have an impact. So we brought in 2 proposals, and the city preferred, after several days after the meeting, they got back to us and said, we prefer the 10% grade with the 22.67 paved road with a cul-de-sac turn. We had already started working on our preferred version, which was the hammerhead, so we had both, and we thought we'd bring both in and show them to you so you could understand the impacts of both. So on this slide, I've highlighted in orange the differences between the two. The cul-de-sac proposal, 10% grade, 22.6% paved road with a cul-de-sac turn, would reduce the grading on this project from the proposal we presented on the 25th of March, 35%. On the hammerhead proposal, it would reduce it 45%. So there is a significant difference on the grading, but 10%. The walls are reduced no matter which proposal you prefer. The walls go down 50%. Alex mentioned, and Val before talked about the retaining walls on the March 25th plan, peak at 8 feet on one side and peak at 7 feet on the other. And these walls, slope up from 1 foot and then slope back down again. The walls on both of these proposals do not change, whichever one you were talking about. They both peak at 4 feet tall and they slope down to 1 foot tall. So that's a substantial difference, I think, visually, structurally. It would not need to be engineered, and that actually makes for less grading in general because you don't have to put, and Mark Gronberg can speak to this more eloquently than I can if you have questions. You don't have to do engineering behind the walls, so your right-of-way, it's less grading. Both plans would save some trees. The plan with the hammerhead would save 25% more trees than the proposal on March 25th, and that's largely due to the trees that are around where the cul-de-sac is. The cul-de-sac proposal doesn't save as many trees because that's a very heavily wooded area, but it would save at least 5 trees and maybe more. The rain gardens are reduced in both scenarios by at least 20%. We did do that calculations after we turned in the deadline for the city materials. The impervious surface would go down 31% on the hammerhead proposal and 8% on the cul-de-sac proposal from the March 25th plan. The visual impact on both of these is much less from Ferndale. The walls on either start further up the hill, so they aren't visible from the road. But the road length itself is obviously 6 feet smaller on the 20-foot road and 3.67 feet smaller on the 22.6-foot road. So just, if you're thinking about visual impacts, the width of the road might be of concern to some of the neighbors, and that's how that plays out. So the reason we really like the process, the small code amendment, is there are several reasons. It's very clean, but the bigger ongoing thing that it addresses is the Ferndale Bluff project. It felt like it brought to light an issue, which is that the code right now is one size fits all when it comes to roads. That in the past, there was historical smaller roads, but now that our current code doesn't allow for that flexibility and that charm. And especially in smaller subdivisions, this one would only have 3 houses, having a traditional 26-foot wide city street, the large cul-de-sac, it just seems like it would be nice for the city council to have that flexibility when they evaluate projects going forward. And it basically, the current code impacts your ability to do less. And this process of addressing it will give you more flexibility to do less. So we looked at, and I'm sorry for everyone, this is a little bit of an eye bleed, but we looked at the surrounding communities of Orono, Minnetonka Beach. We looked at the state fire code. And in Minnetonka Beach, you can have a right-of-way of 40 feet and a road of 20. In Orono, you can have a grade of 10 for a public residential street They allow grades of 12 for private residential streets, but again, Wayzata does not allow private streets. The state fire code is 10% is the limit. And then there's a graphic in there with a variety of different turnarounds that the state allows at the end of a dead-end street. Right now, Wayzata only allows a cul-de-sac. So our proposal would be consistent with other cities nearby. It would give the city staff and the city council an alternative approach to future small subdivisions. And we are proposing that the city create a new category of city road. What that looks like would be an amendment to the code to insert minor local streets. And the thing I want to point out about this, and I don't know if you can see the red, but the city may allow a minor local street if the city council concludes that doing so would reduce the environmental impact of constructing the street or would otherwise advance the public health, safety, and welfare. So what this amendment does is give you the discretion to decide across these different elements where you would like an application to go. It doesn't mandate it. And I think that's an important distinction for you all to know going forward, is that you're not creating a blessing for everyone to go to the smaller standard if they want to. It would come from the city council that they would be able to decide, yes, in this case, we are going to suggest that they look at this. For perspective in the neighborhood, and I have some slides later that I can show you of retaining walls in the neighborhood, but Ferndale Road is 19 feet front to front, again, across the street from this house. It's 17.5 feet wide west of the property where it gets close to Orono, and it's 26 feet wide east of the property in some places. It reaches a maximum of 26. The original slope of Ferndale was 18%, and it was graded down to put the road in, just like what we're proposing on this particular road. There are a lot of different subdivisions in the area that have road widths that go from down to 14 feet on the Pillsbury Drive, which is the former Bell property, up to 26 feet on Ferndale Woods. There are a lot in the 19, 20, 18 area, and I've listed them here, along with the number of lots each road serves and whether they're public or private. I will note that Harrington Gates has a 12-foot wide gate bottleneck, and that's stone to stone, so that includes any rear view mirrors or side mirrors. So that serves more than 20 lots versus this that serves 3. So the benefit of this proposal is it aligns the subdivision code with the city's objectives. It increases the flexibilities for very small subdivisions and gets away from a one-size-fits-all approach. It continues objective standards for approval. And that's an important thing, that it gives you a way to look at this with clear objective guidelines. And it makes the approval process predictable. It's responsive, this approach to this project is responsive to constituent concerns. We, as applicants and constituents and residents, are treated lawfully, and we can proceed with our compliant application. And the neighborhood constituents, their concerns would be addressed without crossing the code. It's also very responsive to the environment, and that's something, obviously, I know in the background, we've talked a lot about my background in conservation and my sister's as a sustainability expert, that the environment's really important to us. Respecting the environmental concerns long-term is something we're always going to be in support of. So some questions that came up today and that I've answered them. Did you consider a private road? And yes, we explored this with the city staff multiple times, and we were told repeatedly, and I want to be very clear, we asked and were told no, because the Wayzata City Subdivision Code prohibits private roads unless they're within a PUD. And the state fire mandates, I do, to what Councilmember Parkhill was asking, a private road doesn't really give you much here because you still have to maintain the state fire code minimums. So a 20-foot private road with a 10% grade versus a public private road or public road with a 20 feet wide with a 10% grade, tomato, tomato. It's there, with the exception of the maintenance would then go to the homeowners if it was private, but it doesn't change the impacts to the environment or the project or the neighborhood. Did you consider a PUD? Yes, we did. We asked about it many times. We've been working with the city for many years, and we brought this up with them many times. I remember Emily Gollner telling me very clearly, this is not an option for this property. The subdivision code is the most appropriate vehicle for this project, and she actually said that on the record in the original Planning Commission meeting in May 2024, when we brought our project in. That was the 4-lot project. So this is, I want to be very clear that obviously Alex wasn't here at that time, and Jeff hasn't been in every meeting we have been in, but we were definitively told that we could not consider either of those options. We were also told that we did not qualify for a variance, and that's because in your variance standards, there is a category that says, can this be completed without a variance? And our March 25th application proves that yes, it can. So we would not qualify for a variance under the code. And you can't give a variance to go beyond fire code anyway, so it's not like we could get a variance to do a 15-foot road in a PUD. That's just not an option. We would still have to do, at minimum, a 20-foot road, and at minimum, a 10% grade. So the other question people have asked me is, well, why didn't you talk about this in the last meeting? And we couldn't. These options are not available to us unless you change your code. They were not in the code then, so they weren't available options, and they still aren't available to us if the city council does not amend the code. We liked our proposal that we presented, the compliant one, on March 25th. We like both of these proposals, the hammerhead or the cul-de-sac at whatever width. We are very comfortable with all three of them. So our approval request is to respectfully request a speedy approval of our compliant plan presented on March 25th to the City Council with conditions on the following change: that we will revise that plan to conform with new anticipated elements of the minor local road amendments to the city subdivision code if the City Council adopts those amendments prior to final plat submission. In deference to the city staff, I said we are happy with all three of the proposals you've seen from us. In deference to the city staff, we are asking here for Exhibit B, which is the cul-de-sac proposal with a 22.67 front-to-front road with an increased slope to a maximum of 10. One of the questions that also came up was, well, what about a 40% right-of-way? That would be in this code amendment, so why aren't you doing that? From an engineering perspective, and Mark can speak to this if you have further questions, that doesn't change anything on the project except for that it makes the walls taller by at least 1.5 feet. Because of the way the right-of-way slopes and because of the amount of grading, you don't have to grade all 50 feet of the right-of-way. Because of the way the project is, it wouldn't decrease grading, it might save one tree, and that's a strong might. It wouldn't do anything else to change the project. So again, because this is up to the City Council discretion as to how they grant the terms of this minor local street, we aren't asking for a 40-foot right-of-way, and we don't think it would behoove the project. Let's see. So all along, we have been trying to work on this win-win. I think Alex will agree with me that we had a really good meeting, and I would argue that I think it would be something that, going forward, the city staff and applicants should consider. It was very productive, and it was very collaborative. Our initial proposal was compliant, and it was dictated by the city staff's direction and by the city code. These newer options today were not available to us and are still not available to us, but we are supportive of them. And specifically, we're supportive of the code revision by the city. We have already reduced, as you know, in our proposal we brought in on the 25th, substantially, by reducing the number of lots, reducing the number of docks, reducing the number of tree removals, and a lot of other elements proactively. And we are happy to do any of the three. We are very sympathetic to the concerns of the council and the concerns of the neighbors, and we are very willing to work with the city to revise this plan, as long as it's within legal boundaries set by the subdivision code, which will potentially be revised, and as long as it's under a reasonable development timeline. We have been working on this for 5 years for a 3-lot subdivision, which seems like a pretty long time to me. We'd like to move things along. And we're willing to agree to a conditional approval today with the conditions we wrote out in our proposal. And we really wish for a win-win solution. It would be terrific. I think what we presented here today gives that opportunity, and I'm open for your questions.
Questions of the applicant from council?
Oh,
Oh, you wanted to make reference? You're talking about this?
no, I have slides if you ask questions about other things.
Oh, gotcha.
An index that-
Gotcha. So who would like to start? Questions of the applicant? Go ahead, Councilmember McDonald.
Okay. You mentioned the 20, I think I know the answer to this one, so I apologize, but the 22.6-foot road option, is that your calculation, the inside to inside, or is that staff?
That's staff's
Outside to
calculation.
outside.
That is a 24 back-to-back, 22.8 inches, or 22.67 curb to curb. If you look on that sheet that you have, it's the inside bit versus the curb.
Got it, thank you.
Yeah, and we took the numbers from the staff, we just went with one.
No, I get it. I even when I said, I thought, I think that's right. Will the retaining walls run the entire length of the road?
Oh, absolutely not. They are, in fact, at least 112 feet smaller in length. So if you look, actually,
I believe I wrote down 293 at best.
right, and then
405
before they were
maybe at-
oh, shoot. I have it.
405, it looked like.
405.
405.
They start further up and they run for a shorter amount. And they also, keep in mind, they do start at 1 foot on each side.
Yep.
So they don't- It's not like a big,
Understand the graduation. So 405 out of 526, right? Is the road-
it was, well, 526 is the length of the entire road, and 405 was split between 2 sides.
Okay.
So, and that's the 325 plan. This plan is 295, 293?
293.
293, sorry, I'm,
No, that was-
a lot of numbers. So that 293 is split between the 2 sides. And I don't have the exact number, but I can,
Okay,
Mark?
no, you don't have to,
Okay.
that's very helpful information to know that it's not 405 feet on both
Oh,
sides.
no, 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 no.
That's just half,
Yeah.
okay, thank you. Was the rain garden reduction part of the text amendment? That was sort of breezed over pretty
That's an
quickly?
impact versus that's a benefit of what this happens. If we reduce the width of the road, the impervious surface goes down, so more rain is absorbed into the ground. So that's a natural occurrence that happens if you make the road smaller, but that's not, sorry, that's a benefit, not a
Okay.
feature.
Got it.
And I do have pictures of rain gardens up here. One of the things the city staff suggested was that we bring in, one of the things that the city staff suggested was that we bring in some visuals to show you what rain gardens look like, and what retaining walls could look like. And
So the, I called them ponds when I was reading through the application.
they will function as storm ponds. So what a rain garden is it's a garden that's built on a sort of a bowl shape.
We've reviewed those before, so
Okay.
I understand what a rain garden is. Maybe if you want to, it'd probably be beneficial for the public, so
Okay.
I apologize if you want
No,
to.
that's okay. They would function as storm ponds if we have a very large rain, which, according to the Weather Channel, happens at like twice a year, at the level, 2 to 3 times a year at the level where they would have water in them. So what you do is you plant plants in them in this sort of a bowl-shaped garden or a slightly concave garden that can tolerate water if it comes in.
And this
But they're designed to be attractive.
And this is for both stormwater ponds?
Yes.
On the property, or, you know.
And they'll have different plants in them based on the amount of sunlight and et cetera, et cetera.
And then I have a couple more questions, but I think they're more geared towards staff, so I think I'm going to
Yeah,
hold
let's
off on
park
those.
those
Okay.
for now. And,
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Other questions of the applicant?
Got one.
Go ahead, Councilman Pluckish.
I had a question also about the width of the road. So in one of your exhibits, you indicated width of various roads in the area, but one of them, of course, was Ferndale Road, right there at the exit to this purported new road. So as I understand it, the preferred road here would be 22.8 inches front to front, in using your words?
That's the staff's endorsed preferred.
And the road width that you indicate on Ferndale is 19 feet. Is that
Yes.
apples to apples?
Yes, that's
So-
apples to apples.
So visually, what we have is the main road, Ferndale, actually being narrower by a fair amount than the new road going into a subdivision.
If the subdivision road was narrowed to 20, it would be pretty indistinguishable, but if you go with the 22.67, it is slightly larger right across the street. It is, Ferndale varies in width as you go up and down. Obviously, when it goes over the bridge, it narrows again. So, yeah.
Yeah, it just seems visually stunning to go from a main road that is narrower than the side road to be put in.
I don't think it would be stunning because the road goes up a hill, so you only see the curb going in. You aren't, unless you walk up the road, you're not going to be looking at the whole thing. But I think that's a subjective call as to whether a foot or two is stunning or whether a foot or two is consistent.
Other questions of the applicant? Okay, so we'll move forward now to public comment. We have several people that would like to speak tonight. And if there's anybody on Teams, if they could notify our staff via chat. So please try to be concise in your comments. Try to keep them to 3 minutes. We've received calls, emails, met with folks. So we've had a lot of testimony on this. So I'll start with Sue Schwabach. We'll go first, please. And if you just introduce yourself, name and address, and provide your comments. Yeah, go ahead. Well, wait till you get to the mic, because otherwise people won't be able to hear you in our vast viewing audience, so.
Hi, I'm Sue Schwalbach. I live at 510 Ferndale Road West. This is a question before I start. I think I wanted to be clear about, I think last time there was a question about whether it was allowable for the right-of-ways to slope or if they had to be flat, so that the service work could be done, et cetera. Mike, do you remember that conversation?
Let's just ask your question. We're going to park it. You're going to offer your comments, and then we'll bring it back to staff for questions at the end.
Okay.
So go ahead and make your comments. We noted your question. We will allow staff to
Okay.
respond to that
Okay,
when we bring
so
it back
now
for
I'll
discussion.
start.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So, hello, everyone. Enough has been said from past meetings about the massive disruption of the landscape that will occur if you approve this application with a city road. Yes, the pavement is now 2 feet narrower and the grade is at 10% instead of 8%, but those concessions really only make a minimum difference in the grading and the cut and the hundreds of truckloads of soil that are going to get removed or disturbed or repositioned. This road is over 500 feet long. It is 24 feet wide with additional 10 feet or more on each side for the right-of-way. The cul-de-sac has a radius of 60 feet and a diameter of 120 feet, which is the code. A hammerhead idea is not allowed by the staff. The road position remains right next to the lot line of the neighbor to the west. Hundreds of feet of retaining wall and their footings must be excavated and finished to a finished width of 44 feet. Holding ponds must be built to handle the road runoff. The loss of trees in their canopy, just for the initial infrastructure here will be astounding. This city road is going to result in a full intersection with Ferndale Road with a stop sign right in front of homes that already exist. If the road is allowed to be built as is being discussed here, it's going to completely change the character of Lower Ferndale Road West, as well as affect the values of those roads or those homes nearby. The idea that you should consider accepting the applicant's suggestion of an amendment to Chapter 1006 of the city's subdivision ordinance feels inappropriate. First of all, where else in the city do we have property that's going to even remotely require this kind of an amendment? A minor local street no less than 40 feet wide with pavement of 20 feet is still a 60-foot wide cut into the landscape. The amendment also asks for it to be applicable for a subdivision of 4 or less single-family lots, and with that, the amendment could easily allow the applicant to come back with the original 4-lot proposal. Onward with interpreting the municipal code 1006, if you go to part 5B, 05B, it states streets shall be logically related to the topography. Part 505C states access streets shall be given to all lots unless the topography clearly indicates that such connection is not feasible. Part 05H, partial or half or partial streets are not permitted. Thus, the slightly narrower street is not allowed. We are a wonderful town with 4,500 people, that's it. We should not be allowing a city street to be added to a quiet neighborhood just to accommodate the building out of a parcel of land that is seriously compromised by a widely varied landscape with complicated topography. And just because this application meets a list of objective standards for a subdivision does not mean that you as a city council have to accept it. There are very many very obvious subjective standards here that are not being met with this application. They've been repeated over and over again in letters and meetings, and you know exactly what they are. These should be the determining factors for a simple proposal. Without a city road that is sensitively integrated into existing trees and does not adversely impact the scale or the pattern or the character of this neighborhood. I urge you, please do not accept this amendment and the city road, and come back, please, with a proposal that is not a city road. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swabach. Next, I would like to call Jeff Marta to the dais, please. Welcome, and state your name and address, please. And
Jeff Martha, 520 Ferndale Road West, right across the street from the property. I think the picture Alex showed at the beginning, he said it was taken from Google. That's like taken from my driveway, so right across the street. I'm not going to repeat everything Sue said. I think, look, Ferndale Road is a very unique road in Minnesota. People come from all over the state to drive through that road or jog or walk because of its beauty. As the applicant mentioned, as you get to where this property is, the road narrows quite a bit. And, you know, now we're talking about basically hanging a subdivision off of that part of the road. Stunning. I think that, you know, that's conservative word in this case. I mean, it just doesn't fit the plan. And, you know, all of the neighbors, you know, on the street that live there, across the street from this, you know, they're all in violent opposition of this. So I just, yeah, I think Sue said it, you know, while she went through a lot of the stats, so I'm not going to repeat those. I just hope that we can find a better path. I'm not sure how we got here with the planning group here, and it was kind of confusing where you know, the planning team was saying, you know, they don't know why we went down this path, and the applicant's saying, you know, we were directed down this path. It's not a good look, and I just hope we can find a resolution. I believe we're trying to cram too much into one property. You know, 3 homes, starting with 4 now to 3. It's too much. So I hope you can consider that. I'll be living right across the street. I still haven't heard how long this would take to build this, and what that would mean for the residents, you know, whether you're a walker or jogger or you, like us, live right across the street. I really don't know how we're going to be able to get in and out of our driveway for, is it a year, is it 2 years? I don't know how long this would take. So that's another question I'd ask you know, under any circumstances. So thank you.
yes, thank you for your comments. Next, I'd like to call Kathy Jones, please. Just state your name and address and welcome.
I'm going to read this very briefly and quickly.
Okay.
I'm Kathy Jones. I have lived at 469 Ferndale Woods Road for nearly 45 years in a house built in 1929. I also own the 479 Ferndale Woods Road lot on PV Pond. I submitted a public comment before the Planning Commission, which, has been said before, was approved by 6-0. To my knowledge, only one lot owner on PV Pond has submitted a public comment in opposition. Several public comments were made by people living blocks away. I appreciate their concern, but I think there have been misrepresentations of the project due to not living on PV Pond or even near it. There have been concerns about the public road. It is my understanding that it is addressed in the new plan before the council tonight. It will make the retaining walls 4 feet high at the tallest part instead of 8 feet high, avoiding the tunnel effect and requiring less grading and less tree and soil removal. As an owner of 2 lots having a dense woods, I'd like to address my tree situation, which I think is applicable to the proposal. I have had 4 diseased ash trees removed and more to come. The tops of 3 mature maples fell on my fence and garden, all revealing a rotting trunk core, and there are more trees needing attention. Our native maple basswood forest is special to all of us. We don't need to sweep our woods for fire prevention, but we do need sustainable removal, which this plan has. Also, very important to me and others is the EAW, the Environmental Assessment Worksheet report that wildlife would not be disturbed in the wetlands. The applicants have had other environmental impact studies done and not required by the city. I know Samantha personally, and I have worked with her in a partnership with Lake Minnetonka Garden Club and the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources to remove invasive garlic mustard from the state's designated area, Wolfsfield Woods, which is west of Wayzata. I know she and her sisters are committed to sustainable development. From the beginning, they have hired qualified, experienced professionals to work on a very comprehensive plan. I believe the proposal was 138 pages, reflecting the detail needed for such a project. It has been said that beauty and aesthetics are in the eye of the beholder, a very subjective opinion. If the new proposal meets Wayzata's codes, regulations, comprehensive plan, and environmental reports, I hope the council will move forward with this project tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Jones. Next, I'd like to call Gretchen Piper, please. We'll give you time with your bum leg there. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Gretchen Piper, and I live at 463 Highcroft Road. And my family and I have lived there for over 21 years, so I guess we've lived through the construction of a lot of the homes along Ferndale and the reconstruction of many of the homes in our neighborhood, and it is disruptive. And it's part of living in a community is that homes are replaced, homes are remodeled, and we pull over and we let the trucks go by. And I just think all the construction that's taken place on Ferndale, and I just found it kind of ironic that you know, over 21 years, we have accommodated a lot of construction. And this is a proposal for one additional structure on a property that, or one additional home. It already has 2. Certainly it'll have impacts, some of them, to Kathy's point, good in taking care of the forest there. I've read through all of the proposals all along and am impressed with the way that the applicant and the staff have worked together, not only to be completely compliant with the code, but to be responsive to the neighborhood concerns and the council's concerns about the impact of putting in a road, a big, you know, wide road with right-of-way and retaining walls. And this proposal that they've come up with in concert, working with one another, it seems like such a elegant solution to less engineering, lower retaining walls, walls that can't be seen from Ferndale, narrower, taking into consideration, could we have a different sort of turnaround that's still compliant with the state fire code, that has such a tremendous less impact on the bluff and the amount of fill that would be required to make the road compliant. I just, I guess what I'm concerned about is that if the council members are not able to proceed with approval of one fully compliant proposal, and then two that would be compliant with the adjustment to the code for a minor local road, where does that leave us? Where does that leave us as a community with a responsibility to have consistent code that we can count on and rely on when we have our projects that we'd like to do or other projects come before the city? And I just would urge us as a community to think about us having a code that we can follow and that those who come before us can count on. And I would urge approval for any of the proposals that have been put forth tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Piper. Last public comment on this, unless we have something on Teams, is from Steve Hemsley. And just for reference, and thank you for pointing this out, in our packet was a submittal from Mr. Hemsley, and I'm sure he'll be making reference to that in his comments. And welcome. Thank you, sir.
Just as examples, because I'm not proposing anything other than thematic response, if you will. A lot has been said, so I'm not going to.
If you could just state your name and address for the record, I apologize.
I'm Steve Hemsley. I live at 622 Ferndale, and lived there for nearly 20 years, and participated in this process throughout. And it is unfortunate that we're basically debating code at this point in time. But the 565, a lot has been said about that property and its impact on the community and that whole side of the street. It is significant. It's a rare piece of habitat. The topography is unique, and apparently it has been born non-compliant with what we're dealing with the code. And the applicant really just wants to put one additional property on it. It already has access and has had access for years for two residential properties. And they should be allowed to move forward with development, but there's other considerations in this in terms of what affects actually the aesthetics of the community, the amount of disruption to the habitat and the environment, and it's very difficult to look at those two images up there and believe that you're not going to have a major disruptive impact on those themes. And to my view, while you have made and appreciate the modifications, you are still inserting a very significant public road in a community setting that really doesn't warrant that. You're adding just one more property, and there's already access there. Why is it in this proposal, which is, again, would need to be, is to use the access that exists there, enlarge it to the extent that you need, to accommodate the three properties that you're intending to put there, and it provides, had an architect provide an accurate rendition of what that might look like. You'd remove somewhat less, there would be about 120 more trees that would exist on the property. So you'd be taking far less trees out. You'd be providing far less disruption, no curbs, no runoff ponds. It seems so obvious. And that's what I would ask the council and the city to consider. Some approach to expedite for
for this property and for all the parties of interest there, so that they can move forward and do something that is just seems so much more practical, lower cost to build, lower cost going forward, and would accommodate 3 residential properties very effectively. And as I listen to this, what additional risks are we taking on? There will be one more property there. You already have a road. You already would have to get vehicles in. We talk a great deal about getting vehicles out. What's most important is getting vehicles in. And if the grading issues around that community on the western side must have issues all over the place, are we going to ultimately regrade the entire side of Ferndale and the town to some kind of 10%? It makes no sense to me. I'm really asking for you to consider a very practical way forward to use what exists there today to introduce the residential properties that they're interested in, and then to act in a realistic and a reasonable way around your codes, which are obviously meant for much broader things than the unique property that has characteristics that don't would require significant modifications for your code. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I think we'll bring it back to council for deliberation, but I do want to just give staff a chance to respond to the 2 questions that were brought up by the public, one by Ms. Schwabach and one by Mr. Marta. One was about the duration, anticipated duration of the project, and the other, Mike, I think you were writing it down from Ms. Schwabach about her question. So can we just take those 2 down now, and then we'll bring it back for deliberation?
The question from Ms. Schwalbach was, does the right-of-way have to be flat?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mayor, I'll probably refer the right-of-way comment to our Public Works Director, but in terms of the duration, for the individual homes, that's not known at this time, but I believe the applicant did state that they would be able to proceed in a shorter period of time than the multiple years mentioned by an applicant. I would defer to them for actual timing of contractors getting pieces in. I think they said in months at the prior council meeting, but would defer to them for the final piece of that, because our permits wouldn't require them to be able to respond in a set period of time.
Okay, I think the next one goes to Mr. Kelly.
Yeah, to answer the question about right-of-way and whether it needs to be flat or not, ideally it would be, but it does not need to be. We usually look for an area to be able to push snow readily. If it's flatter, it's easier, but we have areas around town where it's not flat.
Okay, and I see that Ms. Muldoon wanted to make a comment. If you just come to the dais, sorry.
Sorry, I don't have our grading construction, the contractor here, but he's estimated it would be between 1 to 2 months to build the road.
Okay.
So.
Thank you for answering. So now we're going to bring it back to the council for deliberations. So who would like to start? Maybe Molly or Alex would like to wade in first.
I'll go first if you'd like.
Molly, appreciate
All right.
that.
Actually, the reason why I wanted to go first, I have a couple more clarifying questions for staff.
That's fine. Go ahead.
There's just a few things I heard from the applicant and also in public comment that I would appreciate some clarification on. Does Wayzata not allow private streets? That was said pretty definitively, and I'm just curious if that's actually accurate.
In the code, there is a provision that states that private streets are not permitted. However, the PUD process does allow for that process to occur.
Okay. And leads me into another question, which is, it seems like Ms. Muldoon's team is very capable and has quite a bit of expertise. So to me, it felt a little, for lack of a better word, it's hard to believe that they were operating under the the assumption that a PUD was not available to them. And then the same goes for a variance. Can you just comment on that for me?
Councilmember McDowell, Mayor Mullen, I'm happy to respond to that. Yeah, I think, no matter what, staff doesn't have the authority to say you can't do this when it's in the city code. And I know their team knows that.
Okay.
That doesn't mean staff, based on the comp plan, based on our zoning code, based on the collaboration, didn't strongly suggest a certain pathway based on the times and conditions during that process. And the process that Ms. Muldoon alluded to was the previous process, which the big issue, from my recollection, was the 4 lots versus the road. So completely different, but certainly we try to serve and we try to get to a best pathway for an applicant, and I'm sure we suggested that, and maybe strongly, but we don't have the authority to say you can't do that.
Great, thank you for clarifying that. And then one more quick question, and then I'm on to some thoughts. So in this Exhibit A and Exhibit B for these new amended asks, does this road include curb and gutter? Would it?
Councilman McDonald, Mayor, yes, it would include curb and gutter, and in fact, the curb and gutter would be a stormwater benefit over a ditch system, because that would actually require additional disturbance. The curb and gutter would funnel the water down towards stormwater ponds,
Okay.
or rain gardens, as they.
Because Ferndale West doesn't have curb and gutter, is that correct?
It does have curb and
Oh, it does, okay, okay. Appreciate that, appreciate the applicant and the public and everyone bearing with us as we're all wrapping our heads around such a big project. I've been hearing a lot of comment from the public saying that this application is completely compliant. And I think what they're missing is that, in my opinion, it's not completely compliant. It complies with those objective requirements, but I think it's missing the subjective requirements. And that's our role, to look at all of those criteria. And importantly, I think it's missing 3. As I said last meeting, I think the character, that word I know is challenging, this lot is so challenging. The topography, the bluffs, the grade changes, all of that. I think the fact that you have 13 acres and you can't get 3 lots that are just 4 acres each. That's how, just kind of shows how complicated this topography is and this lot. And so there's that challenge. I think the proposal really would have an adverse effect on the community and the neighborhood. And it's really mostly about that grading that's required from the public street. It's going to change that nature of the lot, that very complicated, tricky lot. It's going to change the character of the neighborhood with tree loss, changes to drainage, dramatic increases in impervious surface. And it just isn't respecting that natural topography. And I do believe that there's a potential impact to some of the neighboring property, value-wise. While I like the willingness to work with staff, and on a side note, maybe a mid-road, what do we call them? Minor road. Maybe that is a hole in our code. The 4 years I've been serving in this role, it's never come across this dais or in any of the committees I've been a part of and even chaired, which are, at this point, really quite several. And I've never heard that come up in a planning commission. So yes, I think that's something that could be looked at, but I also don't want to minimize the hard work that's come before us. You know, the zoning task force, the planning commission, those places is usually where that comes from, and it usually comes from a particular need that is missing. Now, this, I think, is, you have a fair point that this might be a particular need. I think it's something we're studying, but looking at it in the context of this just makes me feel more comfortable going back and relying on whether or not this application is compliant to the code following the criteria that I outlined earlier. And I just don't think it is. Minor road or major road, whatever we call the regular roads, aside. So that's how I feel tonight. That's how I felt a couple weeks ago. And again, just appreciate all the hard work from the staff, from our colleagues up here. This has been a lot of work on us as well, the public, the applicant, staff, everyone. So thank you. And those are my thoughts.
Councilmember Pluckers, would you be willing to go next?
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
So first, I'd like to say that there have been some very impassioned and elegant arguments made by all sides, including Councilmember McDonald. Thank you for those comments. We have a very engaged community here in Wayzata. So as we were going through this, I was making notes here on pros and cons, and so if you can bear with me, I will go through what I think are the pros for this plan. The new roadway plan, I think, is certainly a step in the right direction, and I was happy to see that. The text amendments we're considering tonight does give the city some future flexibility, and it lessens the impact on the lot. It's a very thoughtful plan with a whole lot of collaboration over many years. The reduction from 4 to 3 lots was certainly a step in the right direction. Great care was taken over environmental concerns. That was in all of our packet and was repeatedly said up here at the podium. I understand that the plan is considered to be compliant by and promoted by the staff. That's a positive there. Not sure it would affect the value of nearby properties, notwithstanding Councilmember McDonald's views, but then I'm not a realtor. We have one in the audience here. I don't know if it would or wouldn't, but I'm not sure about that. And it's a very thoughtful new development that I think is desired by most people in the sense of having something there to be developed. Now, a list of cons. Listing the width of Ferndale, and this was part of my question, but listing the width of Ferndale being 19 feet actually argues against this new street because the new street would be wider than the main street, and to me that's a bit of an issue. The long-term disruption, although we're all used to that here in Wayzata, especially in my neighborhood, is still significant. Now, I heard the term compliant over and over, not only at the podium but in our packet. I circled them all. There were very many there. I think you're making a point. But that doesn't really hit on everything. Again, with Councilmember McDonald as well, it does not include a consideration of the effects on the character of the neighborhood. Standing on Ferndale Road and imagining the effect of this road was quite impactful to me. I have the documents with me and standing there. It's not a small matter. Although the new design is a big step in the right direction, it really does not go far enough for me. The new road will have a material effect on the neighborhood, and to me, that is the pivotal issue here before us tonight. So I will be voting against it.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Pluckers. Councilmember Sorensen, would you be willing to weigh in?
Well, those of you who were here last time this council met, we all pontificated considerably about our concerns, mainly pertaining to the road. And I still think that the applicant does meet the objective criteria for the subdivision, but the road is still really the one and only issue that sounds like we all have some opinions about. I will give credit to the applicant to come with ideas and suggestions. It sounds like, and the feedback I got, it was a very good, productive meeting with staff and consultants and lawyers. to discuss these issues. So I'll give you some credit for coming here and trying to do the right thing and respond to some of the opinions that we heard. The goal all along, I think, was to address the best we could the concerns we had with the road and a cut through the hill and potential adverse conditions that we had. And to a major extent, I think it's been mission accomplished. I think what we've come up with together with the staff and the applicant has been creative. It's been collaborative. It's gone significantly down the path of meeting the objectives of trying to deal with the adverse conditions that we saw in the road. This motion, this resolution, I think is pretty creative in that it now would allow, and it's based on Exhibit B, which we talked about. So I'm in favor of trying to move this ahead. Mayor, I also have some thoughts and opinions about Exhibit A, and I don't know if now might be the time, or you want to, we do that later, but.
No, I think it would be helpful
Okay.
to win, because it sort of gives you a rationale of
Yeah.
why you're headed that direction.
So, in hearing the discussion and the, how we got to this Exhibit A and the reaction to it, it seems like we're trying to balance a preference for a cul-de-sac versus a hammerhead truck turnaround situation and a smaller road. And it sounds like it is a preference. The hammerhead is allowed by state fire code. We need to keep in mind in this discussion that we're talking about 3 lots. And Exhibit A goes quite a bit further and even reducing the cut into the hill. And significant difference and advantages in the trees we save and in the impervious surface. So that, to me, makes a lot of sense, that if we simply swap Exhibit B for Exhibit A, we're going as far as we can and to try to make this road as non-intrusive as possible. Regarding the PUD and the private road, it's likely a very good option here. However, it's not before us now. And here in the conversation, I guess I'm not totally convinced that even if we went that route, given the regulations we have to comply with fire code, that it's going to be a lot different than it is now. So I guess with all that said, I'm in favor of us of moving this ahead. And I think Exhibit A is something that would be to the best advantage of all of us who have an interest in doing the best thing for this property in the neighborhood.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Parkhill.
Well, I have not seen so much passion on both sides, but I wanted to compliment the applicant for 4 or 5 years of incredible energy and focus and care, and just the amount of work that you've done is amazing. And I've really appreciated getting to know you through this process. I have heard from all of you, either written or calls. I have heard many opinions on how this should play out. I was not here for the last meeting, and I watched both the Planning Commission meeting and the last council meeting, given it a great deal of consideration. Some will not be happy with the outcome tonight. I represent constituents at odds, the landowners and the neighbors, and at the same time, I represent the city and the need to protect the city from adverse outcomes. So, question 1, is it reasonable to subdivide 12 acres parcel into 3 lots? In that neighborhood, there are very small lots, less than half an acre. There are very large lots, 12 plus acres. It does not seem unreasonable if you want to consider lots at the size. But question 2, should we put a large swath of road through this property in order to divide these lots? In my mind, this gets trickier because of the topography and the impact on the environment and the neighbors. Why can't we use what exists, as Mr. Helmsley said? These are special, sensitive areas. It will certainly change it will change the character of the neighborhood. The lot will be changed. I worry sometimes about the homogenization of our communities. And I think that's what very strict codes allow. I think we can do better. I think there's a better path forward. I agree with Councilwoman McDonald, was it woman or man? Is it member? Thank you. Councilmember McDonald and Councilman Fleckish on the subjectivity of this project. I think we can do better. The reality is there are fire codes in reference to the code changes. There are fire codes, right-of-way guidelines, drainage and retention guides that will prevent us from achieving the private road that many envision using the current path. We cannot get there to where some want to be with code modifications and city road. In my mind, and consistent with my voting record in the past, I believe that putting a 40 or 50-foot swath or even a minor local road through this environment zone is not sensitive to the topography, the tree canopy, or the surrounding neighborhoods. Returning to my original question above, after analyzing the consequences of this action, it no longer seems reasonable to subdivide this property. If subdivision is the goal, let's work as a team to find a better, more sensitive way forward. Thank you. I will not be supporting this project.
Thank you, Councilmember Parkhill. I just have a question of City Attorney before I offer my commentary. So this is on the 120-day clock. If we don't move forward, which application prevails if this stalls out?
The current application without the conditions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
Or
you.
without this new condition.
Thank you for that clarification. Alex, if you could pull up the applicant's presentation and move to the slide where they reference the other properties and projects with different roads.
It's the other direction.
That's okay. So take your time. We've been here a long time. We can wait another 30 seconds. Okay, thank you. So the motion that's teed up tonight to adopt the draft approval resolution with the additional condition that the street is modified in the final plat as shown in the alternative plan, whether that be Exhibit A or B, that allows it is actually, I think, the best path forward, not only for this project, but for every future project. And having experience like everybody else up here, in the 8 years that I sat here as a council member, I went through, at minimum, 3 private road consideration application process or public road consideration process with subdivisions in the estate community. First one ended up in litigation where the council forced the applicant into a public road. The applicant did not want a public road. We pushed that condition on them. They sued the city. And they prevailed in court for us to come back and actually go through a PUD process to allow a private road, even also forcing us to find a compromise with our public street and an adjoining neighbor to get another fire road access to that property to solve it. There's a very distinct reason why people go down this private road path. And when I look at this and try to elevate the conversation above what's in front of us, which is part of our responsibility, there's a reason that the estate community prefers private roads. They want something smaller. They want something less impactful. The applicant wanted, or I mean, it doesn't matter whether they chose to go one or the other. Our code forces this. This is not the applicant's problem. This is a city problem. And I can't tell you the number of times, on project A, B, or C, somebody in the community just gets so upset and says, how could you possibly approve that? I'm not pro-development, I'm pro-property rights. And our code is what guides our decisions, and we need to follow our code because it exists for a reason, to guide consistency, et cetera. And I think the solution before us is very creative, and I agree with Councilmember Sorensen. By providing a text amendment, not only do we solve a problem here, we elevate it to future estate subdivisions that will give greater flexibility to get the outcome that the community clearly has told us, not only in this project, but in every one of the projects on the screen, that they want a smaller road, they want less impact. And what I am genuinely fearful of, if this goes down with a denial, is we'll end up right back in court. We'll end up right back in a situation where this is pressed, and guess what will happen as an outcome? A public road will prevail. A public road will have to be built. The neighborhood loses, the applicant loses, the city loses. And I just don't see the logic in pursuing that under some sort of standard of principle or whatever it is. What I hear from my colleagues is a desire to get less impact, right? That's very clear. Whether you're supporting it or denying it as presented, the desire is to get less impact. So I'm going to propose the following. Staff and the applicant have given their best cut at what they consider the right exhibits A, B, or C. We do not have to follow A, B, or C. We have the authority, as long as it doesn't trip the state standard of fire code, as long as it doesn't violate anything at the state level, we have complete authority to drive a solution for an option C that would hopefully address the majority of the neighbors' concerns, allow the applicant to move forward, and holistically address this for future applications. And from my chair, I think that's the best option for all parties. So I'm just going to introduce this as a concept, and if no one wants to go there, I understand and respect that. But is there an option C that we could craft together collaboratively that puts a standard for a road that we think would benefit this application and benefit more holistically the future applications that might come before us? And so I'm just asking as a thought process. So I'll start the conversation. If there's interest in having that discussion, we can have it. If there isn't, then we'll move forward to a motion to deny or a motion to approve. Is that okay with everyone? So I'm going to make a proposal. And option C to me would be 20 foot, right? You can increase the grade from 10 to 11. You can have a hammerhead option. You can, what else would I put on there? 20-foot road, 11% grade, 12% grade, a hammerhead. And so what does this accomplish? It accomplishes a narrow road. It reduces the number of trees being cut down. It reduces the visual impact. It reduces every subjective criteria that I can think of in the application. And so what I'm asking, is there anyone that would like to go and collaborate with me on an option C as a path to try to move this along? Question mark. And I would need someone to come with me on it, and we'd start that process. If there's no interest, then we'll move to a different review of approval or denial.
I am not willing to try to come up with something on the fly like this. I don't think I have the expertise. I wouldn't be comfortable doing it. I apologize.
Fair enough,
Sorry,
that's
but
fine.
no.
So, Mayor, just to understand what you're proposing, that we would pass something that would acknowledge an amendment to the city code, somewhat like the path
Correct.
we have here, but put additional parameters on it.
Right, take it further to try to address the neighborhood's concerns.
Let me think about that.
Okay. Anyone else?
Well, I'll say I'm not in favor of that whatsoever, but it sure seems like there's a lot of legal implications here. I'm not sure we can even consider what you're suggesting. Maybe the city attorney can weigh in on that.
Well, before city attorney weighs in,
I'm asking.
Well, I will, but hold on. Let me clarify what I mean by my proposal. We would direct staff to come back with direction from council for a third option, right? And the applicant would have to agree that that is an option that they would allow to go forward, right? And you know, not run out the clock and all that. I know there's all those considerations. So with that clarification, please respond, Mr. City Attorney.
Mayor and council, yeah, a couple of thoughts. First of all, we are up against a deadline tonight. We don't have another council meeting scheduled before the deadline under which we need to act under state law. So we have to take action of some sort tonight unless the applicant voluntarily gives us an extension of that clock, which is a possibility. They might do that if they're on board for wherever the council's going. And I think, Mayor, what I hear you saying sounds to me a good summary from Councilmember Sorensen, maybe not tying it to either option A or B as presented, but a more expansive, I guess, option that council could approve as long as it's compliant. I would think we can't, like I said earlier, we can't change the state fire code
Nor am I
or any other. So maybe, you know, making that the baseline.
Sure.
But there we start to have a whole host of other considerations that staff may have, engineering may have on that approach.
Does staff want to weigh in, or do we want to, maybe before you do that, so we don't waste your time, let's see if there's anyone else other than Mr. Sorensen, Mr. Parkhill, you want to think about it. Do you have any interest in pursuing this, Mr. Parkhill?
I gotta get up here. I would like to explore something that uses what's there.
Okay.
Can we use the roads that are there already and just add one more home? Because this seems so overkill to go in there with this giant road. You know, I guess that's my thought.
That's fine. I mean, that's not before us, so we can't act on that suggestion because it's not what's being proposed. But I understand your consideration, Mr. Parkhill, and I appreciate you being clear about a direction that you would support. So that's helpful.
Yeah.
Mr. Sorensen.
Yeah, so, Mr. Mayor, your initial comments on this, you mentioned 20-foot road, 10 to 11% slope on the grade and the hammerhead. I mean, right now, Exhibit A is a 20% road nominal, 10% and hammerhead, so it's not that much different. I think if we can get comfortable going here under a premise that gives us as much I don't know how you word this, as much leeway as we can to come back with all the flexibility that we would need to go up to the point of complying with, you know, fire codes, et cetera. You know, so we're painting a picture of where applicant could come back and with staff with another proposal that would allow even more flexibility. I mean, that's the concept you're talking about, right?
Yep.
And I guess I'd refer a little bit to staff and city attorney. If you think that's a feasible option, you know, maybe it makes sense.
Okay, so now we've asked twice, so I guess let's have you weigh in, Mr. City Manager.
Mr. Mayor, council members, what I'm hearing is that you prefer the proposal would be for staff to come back and work with the applicant to come up with a third option that would really just basically meet the minimum standards of the fire code.
Correct.
And that's something we can explore. I think the 10% is the max. I think it's really just going to come down to the width and reducing that a little bit more.
So let's pause there for a second and let's see if the applicant and their attorney would be willing to go down that road. You don't have to. You certainly know your rights. So if you could come to the dais and just give us an indication, and then I promise we'll go right to.
Mr. Mayor, I feel like there's three of us who said that we wouldn't entertain that. Does
I
that
understand,
feel?
but I
Oh, you do?
wanna
Okay,
know
I
the
wasn't
due
sure if you
process.
missed.
Yeah, no, I see the nose count, but I feel compelled to explore all options, and then we absolutely will move to a process to approve. or deny.
Understood.
Yeah.
My apologies
No,
for
no,
the
you're fine.
interruption.
I just want to explore all options, and then.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Patrick B. Steinhoff, attorney for the applicant.
So Exhibit A is already at the fire code minimum. That is as low as the city can go for a public street. So if the council wants to adopt my proposed condition with Exhibit A instead of Exhibit B, I think that's as good as a public road can get, given our state fire code. And so we'd like a vote tonight on this. Exhibit A is fine with us, minimum fire code, fine with us. I don't think that sending us back for another meeting with staff to collaborate some more would benefit anybody, because we already have Exhibit A, which is what you're describing, I think.
Yeah, fair enough, and I'm just trying to,
I just want to clarify something, Mr. Mayor, that you were talking about. So if this project is denied and we end up going to a different venue to get remedy, the project that will be on the table is what Jeff said, is the original proposal. So these lower impact proposals, we're hoping to have a win-win situation, as we said. If we end up having to go towards a different venue, I don't think the neighbors are going to be winning at that. And my concern is, I felt like this really addressed their concerns as much as we could within the fire code. A 20-foot road, a hammerhead, a 10% grade.
Yep.
That's as good as it's going to
Fair enough.
get.
You've
And that's
given me
off
the
the
indication
table
that I
when we
needed.
walk out of here
And the
tonight.
clarification I needed, so thank you for that. So now I'll bring it back to council, and certainly, if we're counting noses, it's looking like it's headed to denial. So I need a member to make a motion for approval or denial. And if you'd like to make a comment, you'll get a chance before I go. I would encourage us to be very clear and very specific of our finding of facts of the denial, so it's very clear. And David, I'll give you a chance. Did you have a comment before we go down that road?
No.
Okay. Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just procedurally, I know you've been counting noses there, but no one's actually voted.
100%.
My recommendation would be to first entertain a motion for the resolution that's on the table now, or that's been brought back by staff. If that fails, then we can talk about how best to approve an alternative motion.
That's fair. Thank you for that
Okay,
guidance.
yep.
Okay, so who would like to make a motion in that regard?
Mr. Mayor, I would be willing to make that motion.
Okay, so should we just fill in the details of what that motion would be? I'll try, David, and if I get it.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I think we have.
Right there.
It would be motion 2.
Motion 2 with exhibit,
Well, actually, there it is.
with which exhibit, Mr. Sorensen?
Okay, so
Yeah, and if you want to, I apologize for interrupting.
the motion, as I understand, would be to adopt Resolution 06-205 as stated, with the exception of substituting Exhibit A for Exhibit B in this motion.
Okay, so I'll second that motion. Further discussion?
One quick thing under further discussion, please. I just want to reiterate that I believe that this proposal is not compliant, and I think it was quite clear of my findings of that. And I also want to make a point that if we lead and make choices based on some fear of another venue, or what I think that means is litigation or something, Mr. Mayor, you mentioned, who loses in that situation if that happens. But I think if we lead with that fear or using that fear, I think the real losers in that situation is the public. I just wanted to say that.
Sure, no, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. We have further discussion. Is there any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none, I'll call a roll. Oh, did you have something, Mr. Mayor?
I'll just say a roll call.
Let's call a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Parkhill,
No.
Councilmember Pluckish,
Nay.
Councilmember McDonald,
Nay.
Councilmember Sorensen,
Aye.
Mayor Mullen.
Aye, so that fails. So the next option would be, I would look for someone to make a motion to, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, because of the statutory deadline we have to act tonight, we've tried to capture what I think are the findings that would support denial that have been articulated by the council members that have expressed those and wanted to have that at the ready for this contingency. So If you would.
Could you attempt to summarize those, Mr.
Sure,
Attorney?
yeah, we'll bring up that alternative resolution findings. We can read through those and someone could modify those findings.
Yeah, no, I think that would be helpful.
Or, yeah,
All I'm trying to drive is clarity.
sure,
That's
me
it.
too, me too.
So we'll just,
Just be a
Jeopardy
moment.
clock can go on. And I know there's people here tonight waiting for the other application that will probably take us late into the night. So I am going to take a break, as we've been up here since 5:30. And we will take a break once we conclude this proceeding, so we can take a breath before we move on to the next application. We have it. We have it in a different way. Good. Good. Does anybody know any good jokes? No?
I got a few.
I'm not making light of this situation. I'm just trying to.
Okay, Alex, if you just scroll to the top of that. Thank you. Okay, so this alternative resolution just captures some of the previous discussion and the findings articulated by those that are opposed. So the first part would just be the same background information. You can scroll down to the findings. So these findings I've heard from all of you. First one, there would be significant adverse effects from the proposed preliminary plat in the public street it requires. The second finding is the proposed subdivision is not consistent with the Wayzata comprehensive plan goals for redevelopment that protects significant natural resources such as steep natural topography and healthy tree coverage, which are distinctive features of the property that would be adversely impacted by the public street. Third, the public street of the proposed subdivision would not minimize filling or grading, but rather require significant grading, filling, and tree loss. Four, the public street of the proposed subdivision would adversely impact the scale, pattern, and character of the surrounding neighborhood by significantly altering the grade, impervious surface, site layout, and tree coverage of the property. And then fifth, the public street of the proposed subdivision does not respond well to, nor is reflective of the surrounding lots and neighborhood character, which are generally served by smaller streets and driveways. And based on those, the preliminary plat requested in the application is denied.
Okay.
So that is a draft, subject to any edits. You may want those. That's what we've
That's
heard.
very helpful.
Yep.
So now I would turn to one of my council members to make a motion and reference this or adjust it as they see fit in their motion.
I will make that motion. Is there a reference number in the front? Can we scroll back down?
Councilmember Wright?
Oh.
We don't have-
XX2025.
Yeah,
So,
just, I could think you can resolution denying preliminary plat to subdivide.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion for the resolution denying preliminary plat to subdivide the property at 565 Ferndale Road West.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay, any further discussion? The only comment I will make is just thank everyone for their time, their energy, their care for our community. I know we all care. We listen to everybody, and so I appreciate it. It's tough, but it's also a symptom of how everyone cares. And I think Councilmember Plekish did an excellent job of referencing that. So that's my further discussion, and now I will call a roll call vote.
Councilmember Sorensen?
Nay.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Plekish?
Aye.
Councilmember Parkhill?
Aye.
Mayor Mullen?
No, so that prevails to deny in a 3-2. And I am going to just call a recess for 5 minutes. encourage us, we're not going to engage on this topic in any way with the public or with the applicant, and you have your options to go forward. Thank you very much. I'll call a 5-minute recess.
All good.
Turn my microphone. Okay, so we're back in session, and we're now on to new business. And next on the order of business is to consider adoption of Resolution 1025, approving a planned unit development PUD concept and general plan, zoning district amendment, a shoreline residential PUD conditional use permit, a shoreline impact plan CUP, and design deviation for street tree spacing and denial of design deviation for massing break with views of Lake Minnetonka at 200 East Lake Street. I know that that's been slightly revised, and we'll catch up to that as we get through the process. So we're going to follow the same order as before. We'll have a presentation from staff. We'll have a presentation from the applicant. We'll take public comments. We'll bring it back for a discernment and discussion process. So thank you, and over to city staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our consultant planner, Mr. Eric Zweber, is going to walk us through this application.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So we have two things to act on tonight. One, a resolution, one, an ordinance. As described in the text, the resolution carries forward the Planning Commission report and recommendation, which was approving the PUD concept plan, PUD general plan, PUD zoning district amendment, and then a couple of other shoreland items, which we'll get into more detail, and then 2 design deviations, one that they recommended approval and one that they recommended denial. And we'll go into great detail on those. Secondly, due to the zoning district amendment, we have the ordinance that would, in effect, if it was approved, revoke the 1989 PUD approval and replace it with the approval should this get approved today. So with that, the property is located on Lake Street, essentially between Ferndale Road and Berry Avenue. It's on the south side of Lake Street. The highlighted area in yellow is actually the railroad tracks that are south of that property. And then you could see south of that is Grove Lane, and then eventually Lake Minnetonka. It is currently zoned PUD, but as I summarized, we are approving a new PUD as a part of this application. So the color on the map wouldn't change, but it would be a different proposal. So the comprehensive plan for this area is that this is a central business district, which when we're looking at the residential component of the development must be between 20 and 30 units an acre. But it does allow a mixed-use development, which is what they are proposing. So for existing conditions, this is kind of looking the opposite direction of the maps. South is to the top, north is to the bottom. Ferndale to the west is to the right, and Berry Avenue is to the east, or is to the left. So there's a number of developments that were approved in the last decade on the north side of Lake Street, including Wayzata Blue, Ventana, Melvin's 235, and Myers Place. As I stated previously, the BNSF Railroad is on the south side of the property, and then the Wayzata Beach and Marina, the Boatworks development, and then the historic depot farther to the east, south of the railroad tracks. So this is what we all refer to as the former TCF building. That's the existing building that's there today. They're proposing to remove that building and the associated parking lots and construct a new mixed-use development. So to go in the detail of the 7 requests that affect 6 different parts of the code, and I'll get into that, but the 6th one has 2 different requests. Our PUD process has 3 steps to it: concept plan, general plan, and final plan. We do allow by code doing the concept and general plan together, which is what they requested. Since that is an existing PUD for that office building and bank drive-through, they are asking for the PUD zoning text or zoning district amendment to convert it from the 1989 TCF PUD to this new proposed 2025 landmark Wayzata PUD. There are two shoreland related requests. If you are developing more than 75% impervious surface, you need to get a shoreland impact plan conditional use permit. So they're requesting that because they are requesting up to a little more than 85% impervious surface. The state regulations on shoreland require that any development larger than 4 lots get a PUD CUP. So it's just standard practice that a 50-unit subdivision like this, or 50-unit development like this, requires that additional step of a shoreland residential PUD CUP. This 6th section of the code is our design review, and there are 2 deviations that were requested. First, the significant massing break that the Planning Commission recommended denial of, and the street tree spacing deviation, which they recommended approval. As I move through the slides, we'll go through each one of these and some of the reasons why the Planning Commission made those findings. So to begin with, we have 4 site plans here, just because the first one is the landscape or first floor plan, so more illustrative of what the outside of the development's going to look, where the street trees are located. You will see as you go west, not only does the curb come south, but the street trees disappear. So, you know, on the east side, you see in gray, it's the Three Rivers Park Regional Trail, then some tree spacing, and then a city sidewalk. To the west, those trees disappear, partially because there's a left turn lane on Lake Street to Ferndale, and that made the Lake Street wider in that location. The next floor plan down, that is the inside of that first floor. And basically the colors are that mauve color is residential units, and the blue color is could be various commercial uses. So the way we're looking at this, there, you know, if you look at that first floor plan on the top, you see 6 different sections, and we basically call them core 1 or core A1 is the farthest to the east, and then they progress to core A6, which is the farthest to the west. So the 2 things I want to point out on that first floor is you'll see the amount of blue in that first core is pretty small. And the reason why that is that's where the entrance to the underground parking is, as well as that's where the truck loading would occur. And so that garage has to be a little taller in that location, and so they didn't get the full first floor. And then you will see on the 6th core, because you see the 4 in between, they've actually removed uses from the first floor and have proposed a surface parking lot. Now that is inside the walls of the building, so as we move on to the elevations, that core will look like every other core. So there are walls separating the parking lot from the street, but it's parking on that first floor. And that was in response to both the Planning Commission and City Council comments at their last proposal. So then looking at the second, third floors, you see they're all mauve, they're all residential. But what you will notice is in between each one of those cores, the white space is removed. So now on the second and third floors, basically all the cores touch, and it's one facade on the second and third floors. And we'll get into that when we look at the elevations. So here's a couple of renderings to start at the top left. That is cores A1 and cores A2. So that is the dome at the far east side that would be closest to Berry Avenue. Upper right, that's one of the masking breaks that actually appears to be the masking break for between core A1 and core A2, because you do see that stairwell there. The lower left, or sorry, lower right, that's just kind of highlighting their mix of materials where they have some of these gable ends, they're brick. And then finally, the lower left, that is the view from the lake itself. So if you were looking to the north from the lake like you're on a boat, that's what that rendering would be. So here are the actual elevations themselves. So you see them labeled Core A1 and then Core A2, and you could see between the two, there is an opening on the first floor, and then it's attached at the second and third floor, and you see that continues. I'm just going to go down to highlight Core A6. As I stated, looking at the floor plan, if you looked at the elevation of that building, it looks like the elevation of all the other buildings. So even though there's parking on that first floor, it's behind a wall that has the same architectural elevation characters as the rest of the cores. So you don't have that space where it's just parking visible from Lake Street. So here's from the rear. So it's kind of the opposite of, Core A1 is the top right. You will see, and it was commented in the Planning Commission, that there's not as much of those gables or that architectural interest on cores A2, A3, and A4. You will see cores A5 and A6 do have some of those gable features. Those would actually face the neighbors to the south off of Grove Lane. One of the big characteristics of a PUD is open space and the requirement of stating who controls the open space. I think the big things to highlight, these are all color-coded because they're essentially intended for use by different people. Some to the public, some to the residents of the building, some to the commercial uses. So in yellow on both ends are publicly available open space. There's essentially parks. They're not part of the 6 cores. I will state that the yellow on the far right, which is the farthest east, that is going to look like a mini park. The one on the far west, that is part of a stormwater feature, so it will be green. It will be able to be walked on, but it's not the same intensity as an active park. There's limitations because of the stormwater that needs to happen. So the latest color blue, that would be the massing breaks within the building itself and the public sidewalk that is located in a 3-foot easement. Those would be available to the general public. And then you see behind cores A1, A2, and A3, kind of a purplish color. That would be open space that would only be available to the commercial tenants. They wouldn't be available to the open public unless there was a commercial tenant that thought, having residents there would be to their benefit. The areas in mauve, which include cores A5 and A6, A4 and A5, as well as the terraces and patios on the second and third level, those are all public open space that are that is private open space that would be used only by the individual residents of the condominiums. So they're showing that they meet the objective of the PUD for the amount of open space that they have, and also explain how it's going to be owned and maintained long-term. So this is that area in yellow that was farthest to the east. This is the refurbished East Mini Park. So they're showing different renderings of what those improvements could be. I know the applicants are going to talk that they're talking with the city's public art committee about possibly doing some public art in that area as well. This is that west green space that I'm talking about. When you're looking at that plan, that kind of green with black speckled area in the center, that's that underground stormwater treatment. So there's limitations on hardcover or other things that could happen there, but you do see trees and other seating areas within that. We're going to have 2 slides about the building height because our code is pretty specific how to measure building height, but this property slopes pretty good from the west to the east. It's highest to the west and it's lowest to the east. If you think about the railroad tracks, which are relatively flat, at Ferndale, you cross the railroad tracks at grade. But if you were at where you'd go to the city marina or boatworks, it's a pretty big berm that you drive over. So the road or the lot drops in elevation as you head east. But where we measure height is that golden color on the bottom. That is or yellow, that's the average grade plane. So looking at the entire property, what's the average grade plane? What happens with that is there's a good portion of core A1 that is exposed below that average grade plane. But then looking at core A6, there's quite a bit of the road that's above that. So these are both the same height buildings, but the way it's going to look as you look east to west, it's going to look like a taller building on the east and a shorter building on the west. But they comply with the city code that they are within the 3 stories and 35 feet of the PUD ordinance. This is a cut through of the same, well, the same cores, but looking at the cross section. So that yellow line, again, is the average grade plane. What we're showing here is that the garage is shortest there. You can see the underground garage is quite tall on core A6. So what happens is the individual floors get shorter as you go to the west. So they're showing 11-foot clear span from floor to ceiling on core A1, where you're looking at probably closer to 8 feet on core A6. So just making sure everybody would understand what it looked like, but they both comply with the city code for building height. They would both be measured as 3 stories and or 35 feet in height. So to talk about the density, again, we had stated earlier that the allowed residential density in the central business district is between 20 and 30 units an acre. They are proposing 40 units, and then the commercial space would be almost 19,000 square feet. Their density is almost 26 units an acre, so in the mid-range of the density allowed in this zoning district. Regarding parking, this is pretty significantly different than the previous proposal. One of the biggest things would be in their last 2 proposals, they were doing shared parking, meaning uses that don't have a peak during the day, like residences. Some of that parking would be used by the offices. In this proposal, it's just a straight parking count. There's no joint parking. So every condominium has 2 dedicated parking spots. They are not shared with anybody else. The commercial space shows the amount of parking available for that about 19,000 square feet of commercial space. There is no sharing of parking stalls. And part of how they did that was by having that core A6 where that's now a surface parking that lost some space and then also provided more parking. So they're just meeting the parking. They're actually exceeding it by 6 stalls by everybody having their own dedicating space, no sharing of parking spaces. So we did have quite a bit of discussion on loading and deliveries the last time. The loading and deliveries happen in about the same location as the last proposal. The biggest difference is this horseshoe one-way direction, and then you can kind of see on the bottom in that cross-hatch pattern. They've been able to show that a semi-truck can pull into this site, pull into kind of that almost hammerhead, and then back into the building. And then when they leave, they would be able to pull out forward. The last proposals we were talking about that semi-truck would have to back up onto Lake Street one direction or the other. So they've come up with this solution to be able to maneuver a semi-truck on site, so that way there is no requirement to back up onto Lake Street. And then we talked about this a little bit already. Core A6 has that surface parking level, and then the entirety of the underground is parking, with, I guess, one exception on the very far east side. You see a little bit of blue and mauve. That's just the entrance for that Core A1 in that location. So tree preservation, they are removing trees, and they are planting some new trees, but there still would be fee in lieu of tree replacement proposed to a inch of 25 inches is what they're proposing for fee in lieu, and that's showing where the new trees would be located. So to go into the individual requests, the PUD concept and general plan and the PUD zoning district amendment essentially are determining if these uses make sense in this area. Did they comply with the comp plan? Did they comply with the code, et cetera? So when we're looking at the PUD, we're looking at 50 condominiums, almost 19,000 square feet of commercial in a mixed-use development. That's the PUD they're proposing. So we talked about one of the shoreland ordinances is this shoreland impact plan conditional use permit for over 75%. So they're showing what the existing pervious surfaces required proposed. I'm sure the applicant's going to talk about the developments on the north side of Lake Street. The majority of them got this same CUP, and the city engineer has reviewed this for the way they are proposing impervious or innovative stormwater treatment to address the increased impervious surface. The second shoreland-related request is this PUD CUP for 50 units. The way this works, and you can kind of see it with the purple line and then the orange line, and then there's kind of a blue-black line. You divide the shoreland into tiers, and then they set the maximum density in each of those tiers. So it's the least density, the closest to the lake, the most density, farther for the lake as a part of a PUD. They do allow a density bonus, but we list there as max density. The first tier is 45 units an acre, second is 60, third is 90. Their proposed density within each of those tiers is less than that max density allowed by the shoreland ordinance. So they comply. So I switched these two design deviations kind of from the beginning to talk about first the one that the Planning Commission recommended approval of, and that is the maximum street tree spacing. So there should be street trees every 26 feet, should be landscaped in a boulevard, or tree wells 6 feet in width, and then planted between the building and the setback. I talked previously about the way Lake Street is laid out in that area. We have a turn lane, which makes Lake Street a little wider. We did get comments from the Three Rivers Park District, and they are supportive of this proposal because they are opposed to the use of tree wells within their regional trail. So they would rather not have the trees causing a potential impact in that location. They provide a couple minor comments about the other trees, but they're supportive of the other trees farther to the east where there's sufficient space. So the Planning Commission did recommend approval of this deviation. The deviation that the Planning Commission did not recommend approval of is the massing break deviation. So to begin with, there's two parts to massing breaks. The first one listed there about massing breaks of 25 feet in width every 100 feet in facade length. That would apply anywhere. and there is a provision anywhere in the community, and there is a provision that there's two choices, essentially have an open pedestrian walkway on the, which they're proposing on the first floor, or the other option would be the first floor would be occupied and then it would be open above that. If you recall 201 Lake Street, they did that second option where the two buildings were connected at the first floor. They had a common entry and, vestibule, I guess I'd call it, and then they were open above it. So that first paragraph is about where it would apply everywhere. Then there is this unique provision, which is the Code Section 90907A6. This is where the development is between Lake Street and the shoreline of Wayzata Bay. So essentially the south side of Lake Street. But I highlighted in blue there how this would apply of these mid-block connections are to provide pedestrian views of Lake Minnetonka. So staff has determined that the two areas in red have the potential of a pedestrian view from the center line of Lake Street. So the one to the east, which is in black, that the railroad tracks behind that building are more than 6 feet above Lake Street. So even if there was no building there, you're not going to see the lake from Lake Street because the railroad tracks is in between the two. The two in red, the railroad tracks are shorter than 6 feet, and they've shown that if there was no building, there's the potential to view Lake Minnetonka. And then the two in black to the farthest to the west, we have the existing development on Grove Lane, and then we even have some of the shoreland or some of the R1A lots that come down from there. Those two lots, if the building wasn't there, wouldn't have views of Lake Minnetonka because Grove Lane, the trees and the other things, that there's just not a view. So staff stated that the two areas in red, which are between cores A2 and A3, and then cores A3 and A4, they have the potential for a view, and they need to have, provide those views. And so this is what we talked about before. There's the 25-foot opening on the first level, but there is no opening on the second and third level. So I'll go through this. What you have is almost like you'd have a pair of binoculars on. You're looking at a very condensed area that may have a peak to the Lake Minnetonka. The bottom slide is what they show of if you're in those passing breaks. Just to show the information they provided on the lower left, that is the human eye view showing that you could see over the railroad tracks and onto Lake Minnetonka. You see that the human eye looks both up and down. It doesn't look through binoculars. It has a view. And then on the far bottom right, that's an image from our design guidelines that is associated with this section of code of views to Lake Minnetonka. And that shows all three floors being open. So that's the design deviation and ultimately the design deviation that the Planning Commission did not, recommended denial. This is the next set of cores, same images. Just to kind of bring it home, we're talking about these two massing breaks. They're showing a rendering of what that would look like. This is the code section again, that between Lake Street and the shoreline of Wayzata Bay, they need to provide those pedestrian views of Lake Minnetonka where possible. And again, the exhibit from the design guidelines of what that massing break should look like. So the public review process, we did actually go a little larger out than our typical. The public neighborhood notification process allows up to 1,000-foot notification. So we notified up to 750 feet from the proposal. It was in public hearing published in Sun Sailor, and the applicant conducted a neighborhood meeting on March 13th. We've received 11 public comments, which were either provided in your packet or a couple provided at your dais today. 8 are in support of the project, 3 are opposed to the project. This is a summary of their neighborhood meeting. They had about 15 people attend. Discussion includes, access to Lake Street and vehicle parking, the types of commercial uses they're proposing, construction activity impact, delivery vehicles, open space, potential public art, and railroad impacts. The applicant could address questions about their neighborhood meeting if you have any further. So ultimately, the Planning Commission recommendation it is to approve the PUD concept plan, the PUD general plan, the PUD zoning district amendment, both of the shoreland requests, and the street tree spacing design deviation. And then they were recommending denial of the massing break deviations for those 2 locations between cores A2 and A3 and between A3 and A4 with these 6 conditions. That they need to obtain all permits and follow all laws, that the C4A uses would be what uses could happen here as long as they don't exceed the parking provided. City engineer must approve the plans. They need to enter into a PUD agreement that supersedes that existing 1989 PUD agreement, provide the easements necessary for that public open space that we talked about, and then provide all payments to the city of Wayzata's expenses. So ultimately, there are 2 actions we're requesting from you tonight. First would be adopt that resolution mirroring the PUD report and recommendation, where it approves the first 6 requests, denies the massing break. And then secondly, approve the first reading of Ordinance 849, which would change that designation from that 1989 PUD district to the proposed 2025 PUD district. With that, I would take any questions you may have.
Questions of staff? Go ahead, Councilmember McComb.
Thank you. I'm curious how it was determined that, core A1 is the east. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. The 4th massing break. You made it, as I understood it when you were presenting to us, that that core was, the view of the lake was obscured by trees. And I wonder why trees would be, trees don't have leaves on
Not
them?
only trees, but houses as well, residences.
Okay. And then also, if you could, so it feels like every other application I've seen so far that has these mandatory massing breaks every 150 feet has them going further up, like you referenced the one across the street. That made a lot of sense to me because, it was a vestibule, but there was so much of the break for the eye to see. How do we determine what constitutes that break? And if we will entertain, which I'm not quite sure I can, the break being only 10 feet tall, is there like a height requirement for that? 10 feet's not that tall. I think there's like a lot of living rooms and residential homes that are just 10 feet tall. So in our design standards, did we ever talk about that?
We talk about it as a grade level pedestrian connection. We don't talk about its height, but I can give you some history of discussions around that when we talked about the design guidelines was,
I definitely want that history, but what you're saying in my head is counter to what happened across the street, where it wasn't, it was the vestibule.
there's two
Okay.
choices.
Thank you.
And anywhere in Wayzata, there's two choices.
Okay.
You can have a building on the first floor the whole length of the facade. Does talk about some recesses, and they do recess where they are. But 201 Lake, they have an east and west building. And then in between the two, they have a first floor, which is the main entrance to the building. And then they're occupying with some common areas like mail service and elevator vestibules and the like. So if you're walking down the north side of Lake Street past that development once it's built, you're going to have a first floor, the whole length. But above that, it's open. So looking from a distance, it looks like two different buildings. That's one choice. But the code does give a second choice of a ground level pedestrian connection. So an opening to get from one side of the building to the other side of the building. It does not state how tall that has to be. But when
The
we
Belts
were,
building has one of those. The Belts building has one of those.
that was exactly what we talked about when we were doing the design standards, but we wanted it wider than what the Belts had, because it's a pedestrian access, but what is it, 10 feet wide maybe
Yeah,
at
right,
those?
it is narrow.
Yeah, we wanted it wide to make it more, for a couple of reasons, make it easier, but also if it was commercial spaces, they could activate that pedestrian core. You know, they could have doors opening onto that area, but
Roughly
that's
how long is the Belts building? Just give me a ballpark.
100 foot?
A 100-foot building.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have even required a massing break.
Oh, sorry, how long?
Yeah.
It would be longer than 150 feet. I might even be longer than 300.
Okay. And can you bring up the rendering of that?
Of
massing?
this project?
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Just making sure.
I love that you were willing, but
These?
yeah, yeah. So, but this one I'm seeing here on the upper right is core 2, right? No, between core 2 and core 3.
The upper right would be between core 1 and core 2 because of that stairwell, that length of the stairwell. Every other massing break, there's a ramp, there isn't stairs. The one location where there's stairs is between core A1 and core A2. So that's that rendering there.
So you don't have a rendering of that one, that core that I'm asking about specifically?
I have an elevation, I don't, no, I do, hang on. Let me go to those individual ones. Now I have the elevation. So these are the elevations in those two locations.
And this is a good example. I actually screenshotted this. This one has the lake view though, so I don't think this is the right one either, but.
I do not have the rendering here. I could try to pull up from the city website the full plan set.
I guess what I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around is just 10 little feet, feeling like it's a break. And I know what we're really supposed to be discussing is the 2 with the lake views, but I'm having a hard time getting past the 10-foot on the other one, 3. So I'm trying to determine if there's anywhere in our code that says what it should be, if it should be more than 10, you know.
We do not have a dimensional height standard there. Let me just keep going. I'm going to try to pull a section of code.
Do you have other
while you
questions?
ask questions?
That's my main one, is about.
Can I
yes,
ask an additional
absolutely.
question on this exact topic? Because I think might be a common theme. So if what they're proposing, the planning commission didn't support, right? What would be the alternative to that? I mean, is that up to us to craft, or does staff have a point of view of like if they were to follow the design standard, right?
Yep.
What would that requirement be, at how many and where and of what size?
So the diagram to the lower right is the diagram in the design guidelines that talks about massing breaks where there's a view to the lake.
Right.
That is the diagram that shows no building
Yep.
through the whole thing.
No, I get
So
the standard, but now apply it.
apply it would be the second and third stories in that location goes away.
Do we have a
And how many?
Oh,
Oh, sorry. How many?
2.
Two, thank you. Go ahead.
do we have a diagram for what an example is of a, what did you call it, a mid-block? Basically, the massing breaks at 4.
We have a diagram of the one that has the 201 example, where it shows that the first floor is connected and the second and third floors are open. We do not have a diagram of the mid-block pedestrian walkway. We have some images of some low-height developments that have an opening, but they're images from other developments. We do not have a diagram like this of that mid-block connection
Other developments in Wayzata or just ones?
nationwide.
And what do those look like? Do you have those?
Well, while you're looking for that, I
Yes,
think
please.
it's a very valid question, and we'll come back to that. Do you have other questions that you just wanted to put into the record?
That was my,
Okay, so I'm going to give him time to research that. Would anyone else like to weigh in with some questions with staff, and we'll just kind of keep queuing them up here? Go ahead. I have one that'll be fairly easy, Eric, as you're looking for that.
Yep.
For the 19,000 square feet that is designated commercial, what are the eligible uses within that?
So they have proposed retail and office. What the recommendation that was in the Planning Commission report recommendation is it could be any uses that are listed in the C4A, which would be, the predominant zoning district of that area.
Just list them off for the public.
They could be medical office, they could be restaurant, they could be, what we call service commercial. So, could be salons, could be those kinds of things. Provided that when you add up all that area, you don't exceed the parking that they're providing.
Okay.
So it could be any of those uses.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? And then, Eric, if it's okay with you, I would get the applicant started on their part of the presentation, if it's okay with you.
If you,
Back to this to.
Perfectly
sort of-
okay.
Okay.
I can read the language about that mid-block connection, what it reads in the code. A pedestrian accessible mid-block pedestrian connection or street through the building with a minimum clear width of 25 feet. So there's no statement about a height in that.
Okay. And then I think if you're okay, Eric, we'll let the applicant go, and then you guys continue to research to give a visual that will help all of us understand what that might represent. And so now I'm going to turn it over to whoever the applicant will speak, and if just state your name, address, and then take us through your presentation, please. Welcome.
All right. Thank you and good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and community.
Just your name and address.
My name is Kelsey Thompson with Lake West Development. We're located at 14525 Highway 7 in Minnetonka at the Lake West Building. I know this has been a long night for you, so we're going to keep this presentation as succinct as possible. We all know this site, and most of you have followed our plans to develop this quarter-mile long stretch of a property overlooking Lake Minnetonka. We fell in love with this site. We know the area well as community members ourselves, and have worked hard over the past 5 years with the city, listening to feedback from Planning Commission, from council, and the community, and feel that the time is now to finally develop this site. We were excited to share these plans with the Planning Commission a few weeks ago. They shared that excitement with us and recommended approval with one condition, being related to the view of the lake at street level. So what are some of the benefits of our plans to develop this site now? One of the benefits of these plans is improving the safety of the community and the site. This building, which was once a former bank, over 30 years ago, it's been in the hands of multiple owners with years of deferred maintenance. On top of the deferred maintenance, the building has been sitting vacant for over half a decade, which has been broken into multiple times and vandalized beyond repair. The intruders left a roof hatch open, which caused the pipes to freeze and flooded the building. This has left the building, again, in a state far beyond reasonable repair. You can see it's full of mold. The electrical systems, the mechanical systems, the elevators, the heating, everything has been destroyed. The building and the property are blighted. The police have been helpful in taking extra security measures. And on top of that, we've boarded up the back of the building where doors continue to be left open by the intruders. However, break-ins continue to happen. Just since the Planning Commission meeting within the last couple of weeks, we have 2 new break-ins that we know of. You can see in the photos how they're getting in. They're breaking through windows. They're ripping off boards. And while the boards are Band-Aids and not a long-term solution, we'd prefer to keeping the front from being boarded up for aesthetics purposes or having to have like a security fence around the property. And by getting this project started now, we don't have to take those extra security measures. Another safety benefit to redevelop this site is the environmental cleanup, which is a really big deal. As seen in this historic photograph, this site was used as a lumber yard and for oil tank storage. The soils have contaminants in them that are polluting the groundwaters, which means that untreated stormwater is running off this site directly into the lake where our kids swim and play. As stewards and users of the lake ourselves, a long-term benefit to this project is that the soils will be remedied, the contaminants will be removed, and we'll be putting in a robust stormwater system that will treat the stormwater and furthering the safety of this community. Without the development of this site, the water will continue to go untreated. So what's the solution? To revitalize a neglected, vacant building with a charming, beautiful, and welcoming mixed-use development, creating a landmark for Wayzata that will be celebrated. Landmark Wayzata is designed to be an extension of Wayzata's lifestyle that thoughtfully complements and enhances the experiences that residents and the community cherish. You can see the thoughtful and intentional architecture that we created, which brings me to another benefit of this project, which is the charming architecture and design. What makes Wayzata so special is the charming lakeside community that it is. The reality of what's there now is an abandoned, deteriorating building and site that is beyond repair. It really provides no benefit to the community, no public space, no connection to the lake. And this project transforms that blighted property into a place where people can gather and connect and enjoy Wayzata's charm and enjoy Wayzata's greatest asset, which is the lake. This same architectural style, which you're likely familiar with, and the charm was created, that we created was presented in our previous application. It was well received by the council, it was well received by Planning Commission and by the community, so we kept that the same. Much more in keeping with Wayzata's charm than the cold, dark, up to 54-foot building that's there now. The charm isn't just in the colors and in the materials that we're using, but in the way that the building really interacts with the street frontage and the sidewalk. You can see that the design invites pedestrians to engage with these significant building recesses. If I had a laser pointer, I'd be pointing to the screen right now. Maybe this is a laser pointer. Oh, yep, and I have one, and it does work. You can just see how far back that is recessed. That's a 23-foot recess in this building. So it's just providing relief for the mass and the facade. It's also providing areas for people to connect, for people to interact, for seating areas, et cetera. The fully ADA compliant building is designed with upper story step backs as well as those recesses so that two-story elements really define Lake Street. The upper story step backs the upper stories are step back between 10 and 15 feet. Another benefit of these plans is the rotunda. The rotunda is an iconic feature. It gives the landmark its identity and invites connection to the west end of Lake Street. A characteristic of the design that was, again, well received by Planning Commission and Council in our previous application, and will be something really special to Wayzata. I could go into more detail about the architecture, but I think that the renderings really speak for themselves. The condo units will sell for a wide range in price. And I think the reality of this being lived in gives it even more charm, just with the balconies interacting with the facade and giving it more security, especially in juxtaposition to the vacant boarded up building that's there now. Another benefit, and maybe a broader sense of charm, is the connectivity and walkability. As a community member myself, I love to walk around Wayzata. In fact, I was just on a walk doing the same route with my kids right before this meeting today. We often start on the east end of Lake Street, and we usually walk down the Panaway or the new boardwalk and turn around as soon as we get to the Boatworks building or the Berry Avenue curb cut, which I'm sure many are familiar with and can relate to. I'm not really sure why we turn around. There's just really not that energy on that west end of Lake Street. And what Wayzata is really missing is a loop, something that connects the west end of Lake Street to the other side of Berry. And the landmark is that missing link. It'll be a bookend to Lake Street that extends the Panaway's improvements to the west end, creating the energy and the incentive to want to walk past the Boatworks building, through Shaver Park, and around off Lake Street with two brand new beautiful parks and the covered viewing plazas. Another benefit of our plans, and to further the connectivity, are the covered viewing plazas that offer year-round use. So along the property, there are 5 of these covered viewing plazas. They're also all ADA accessible. They're essentially breaks in the building every 150 feet, as Eric mentioned. These will provide brand new views of the lake. This is an image from street level that shows a view of the lake as you drive by. If you drive by today, these views aren't available or accessible. It's important to note that the mast positioned over the plazas is stepped back, as mentioned before, over 20 feet from the front facade. So Molly, I think you brought up that question. They're 10 feet high, the ceilings, but not the entire portion of the plaza is covered. So while you look down the street, because of those recesses and step backs, we intentionally designed it so that it would break up the building mass. It's going to appear at like multiple buildings. The entrance to the plazas, as you can see, I'll use my pointer again, right here. This is over 40 feet wide, which exceeds the 20-foot wide minimum at the narrowest point. So again, the design was thoughtful and exceeds code. This is to invite interaction and engagement with the plazas, giving people an incentive to want to walk this stretch of property that's quite underutilized today and want to draw you into these covered plazas. I think this architectural detail of the actual width and how far back that was stepped back, those are points that we really didn't explain in the Planning Commission meeting that I think are really important to note tonight. Another benefit of the covered viewing plazas is that they offer a meeting space where you'll be able to skate the elements, which, as we know, are unpredictable in Minnesota. You can take an outdoor Zoom meeting for work. You can meet a friend for coffee, rain or shine, or simply hang out by the lake. And just like imagine if you're on a walk and it begins to rain unexpectedly, you can run to the landmark and take shelter until it passes. This is something that'll be really unique to Wayzata. It will be a win for the community. We have the Panaway and many other open to the sky spaces in Wayzata, but we don't have a publicly accessible covered area, especially that interacts and overlooks the lake. Another benefit of these covered spaces is that they're more desirable than having an open cut all the way up the building. Actually, just at the Planning Commission meeting, we had a member of the community come to us in the lobby here. He approached us and expressed his excitement for these covered plazas. They have a group that meet for coffee every morning in the Panaway area, and he mentioned that they're often having to dodge the weather, and this is a space that would allow them to have that meeting without worrying about the changing climate. And we know that others are excited about that opportunity as well. There's an opportunity for heaters along the ceilings. We can dress up the ceilings a little bit with some art, which I'll get into in a little bit. We could have a fireplace. There's opportunity for a fireplace and seating sheltered from the snow. Again, creating this publicly accessible space for year-round use. Another benefit of the covered viewing plazas is the binoculars, which I know somebody maybe mentioned binoculars, but we are, that's a public benefit where that could be really fun for just like an incentive on one of the breaks to be able to catch regatta or watch, people fall down on the ice during the Chili Open. Another benefit of these plans and to further the connectivity are the new parks and open green space. So starting on the east end of the site, just west of Barry, adjacent to the depot, we've got this thoughtfully designed park that integrates characteristics of the Panaway with a winding path, some gardens, and some more seating areas. Just an aerial image of what that design may look like. One of the requirements of these plans is to preserve 30% as open space, and our plans exceed that with over 50% open space, if you calculate the sheet that Eric had up earlier. Again, here's just some more renderings. We've already spoken to some groups about utilizing this space for community events, which we're excited about. And here's just a third level view of the space and just showing how this will integrate within the greater Wayzata. Another park on the west end of the site. This is next to the trail off of Ferndale. Again, offering more areas for seating and areas to connect and relax. Being that it's just off of the trail, we talked about implementing a public bike repair station here. And just a few more renderings of that park. And another benefit that we're super excited about is the opportunity for public art. We met with the Wayzata's new Public Art Steering Committee and shared some of these high-level ideas that we have on the screen. One of the ideas that we discussed is, starting on the left, is this human-sized frame that could be a really fun photo opportunity, perhaps at like the end of one of those massing breaks, so that people could take a picture with the lake in the background. The yellow arrow is pointing to a unique space that we created near the rotunda that could offer a really great expression of art and something special to Wayzata. We love this idea of the mosaic wall. It was mentioned at the committee meeting with the public art meeting that the community may be looking for some sort of gateway sign, like maybe it's a sculpture or a mural of some sort, but something that creates a welcome sign to Wayzata And so being that our west park is the entrance to Lake Street off of Ferndale, it could be a really great opportunity for something like this. The sidewalk carp on the lower left is, maybe you're familiar with, it's just outside of Target Field. When you run your hand under it, it makes noise. It's just inspiration for something interactive, maybe musical for kids and their adults alike. In our eastern park, the poetry benches, and we also had some poetry pieces. We actually discussed this with a group, the American Revolution groups, to do maybe some sort of historic quotes or something to incorporate in our project, which we're excited about, furthering exploring that. And then, as I mentioned earlier, those covered viewing plazas, they do have a ceiling on them. This could be a really great expression of art. It's kind of a blank canvas at the moment. It could be something progressive that tells a story as you go on throughout those breaks. These are all ideas that we'll continue to develop with the art committee and local artists. Another benefit of this project are the parking features that allow for flexibility in future uses by exceeding the parking requirements, as Eric mentioned. And we also have assigned stalls for the residents. We have the on-site semi-truck turnaround. We have the short-term surface level parking for Ubers and Amazons, and a surface level parking lot. And here's a rendering on that west side with the parking lot. And those are some of the benefits of our project. You can read more about these for the community and council alike at our website at landmarkwayzata.com. There's also a contact us button if you want to get in touch with us, the applicant, or if you want to get in touch with our sales team. We're happy to get you some information on that. And this project is really more than just development. It's really about creating a space that works for the community. I'm going to be handing this off now to Cody Dietrich. He's with Lake West Development, and he's going to go into a little bit more detail.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Cody Dietrich with Lake West. Kelsey did a great job of talking about the benefits, and with that, we also heard many positives of the Planning Commission and throughout the overall process. I'm going to touch on the noted design deviation by staff and then some of the past requests we've heard and how we've addressed those. The first one, staff noted the design deviation related to the massing breaks, specifically the lake views through the massing breaks. We appreciate the interpretations by everyone, including staff, and acknowledge that we probably could have done a better job with our initial exhibits for the initial analysis. However, we disagree that a design deviation is required. Everyone agrees that we have mid-block connections, but the design deviation triggering question is, do we have street-level lake views that have, at the massing breaks, that have potential views of the lake? Street-level views was specifically put in the code to look at from the street, and it doesn't account for the second and third level views. Staff confirmed the views from these other levels should not be incorporated at the Planning Commission. Here's the view through cores 2 and 3. In this core, you can see down to the lake between through the massing break. Again, here is the other cores 3 and 4, the massing break between. You can see through the massing break down to the lake. Conversation at the Planning Commission started to circle around the sky and the horizon, but that isn't part of the lake. The lake is the body of water. From these renderings, we can see this take the lake from the street level, showing that a deviation is not required. Now I'd like to talk about the previous application requests. Related to parking, it was requested that we provide parking, meeting the parking requirement without the joint facilities parking agreement, that we provide an intuitive surface level parking lot, that we provide assigned parking stalls for all the residents, that we provide short-term parking for pickups and deliveries like Amazon and Uber, and we provide sufficient parking for future flexibility of uses. It was also requested that we provide a semi-truck turnaround on site. While we expect most of the deliveries to be made with smaller box trucks, we listened and did provide that semi-truck turnaround on site. It would be the first of its kind on Lake Street. The other primary request was we not rezone the property. We listened and we amended the 1989 PUD rather than request a new zoning classification. Those are the primary open items that staff has confirmed we've addressed. The other ancillary requests that were made were shorten the building, provide more open space, provide additional views to private property owners across the street on Lake Street, modify our product type and use to reduce parking demand and the overall facility intensity, and collaborate with the railroad on the development plans. We accommodated those requests too. Landmark Wayzata is the result of years of careful planning, community input, and a commitment to ensuring the enhancement of Wayzata in a way that the city residents, staff leaders, and the community can all be proud of. With new public viewing plazas, improved walkability, expansive parks and open spaces, enhanced parking solutions, and on-site semi-truck turnaround, this project is thoughtfully designed to fully integrate into the west end of Lake Street, and complement the greater Panaway vision in a way that removes a blighted property and a deteriorating, unsafe building. This development will truly create that landmark that helps connect all of downtown Wayzata, and the time is now to move forward. We request your approval of Landmark Wayzata tonight. Thank you for your time, and we welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dietrich. Any questions of the applicant from council? Go ahead, Mr. Sorensen.
Yeah, this question might be for whoever thinks they know the answer, but where you have the massing breaks, the buildings are set back from Lake Street, but what's the depth of the area that's covered about?
So, okay, yeah, so it's about 50 feet is what she's saying. So
About 50 feet?
Yep, so from the front facade, we step back 23 feet, and then where that covered massing break takes place is about 50 feet.
So about 50 feet is about how long this room is? Just for reference?
Correct.
Okay. And then on the semi-turnaround outside the building, what's the surface material there?
Concrete.
It's concrete? Okay, thanks.
Other questions of the applicant? Go ahead, please, Mr. Plekish.
So the surface lot spaces, are those dedicated to condo owners? You said it was an intuitive parking lot. What is intuitive about it?
There will be signage showing where there's parking, and that's meant for commercial users, so open to the public.
So all the condo owners will have underground parking?
Correct. And by open to the public, I mean for the property uses of the commercial, the office, the retail.
And the renderings make it look like the second and third floors above the massing breaks are skyways or walkways or something. Maybe it's, yeah, like that. There, it kind of looks like a walkway. Is that actually just a room for one of the condo owners? Or what?
It would be part of the residential condos. It's not a walkway by any means. It's just a room, a bedroom, whatever that end up being.
For what it's worth, I was on the Design Standards Task Force and was part of the dialogue of massing breaks. And massing breaks are not just a pass-through to the lake. They're meant to actually break the building apart. And so if you can pull up I think there was a rendering of the back of the building from the lake view. Could somebody pull that up for me?
Yep, it's in the staff presentation. Yeah, it really illustrates it.
Yeah, that one, well, you had it there for a moment. You had a lower left picture there. That really kind of indicates the reason why we have massing breaks, which are top to bottom, entire breaks in the building, because, well, you just pull it back up again if you would.
Oops, sorry, I bumped it. I
You have too many people working the program.
You don't want me to make my point
You're
here,
done with
I
that
guess.
one, right?
So, if you take a look at that, that to me looks like one of those massive resorts down in Florida. And that isn't really the look that we're looking for here in Wayzata. So no matter how you all may have interpreted it or what you heard, but I was part of the task force that created that, and that massing break was meant to be from bottom to top. So the buildings are actually split apart, for what it's worth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have any further questions, Mr. Plekish? Any questions?
Well, just a quick comment to Councilman, to what Alex said. There's another rendering in the packet that doesn't have the tree. You see the entire building, and your point is even more, yeah.
I just have one quick question, or did you have one?
No, that's okay. I think everybody's answered my question.
Mine's actually pretty simple. Like, what's in the dome? It looks like it's a garage. Is there any purpose to it other than an exterior feature?
Yeah, so the rotunda is a unit itself, so it's will be the best unit in Wayzata. But then the back side of that, it's hard to see kind of from this angle, is where you enter the garage. So that front facing is a narrow depth commercial space, just be the way of Lake Street bending to come into Barry. But the back side is really that entrance in the garage, and then the loading. But the rotunda above will have a unit in it.
Okay.
It's very narrow commercial.
So it's a
in the front.
condo. Great. Oh, go ahead, Mr.
Another question is, in one of your renderings, you had, I don't know what you call it, pergolas or whatever in the eastern park. It looked like you had solar panels on each one of them. I'm just curious, what were they going to be powering conceptually?
Want to grab that one?
Yeah, we did think that that could be a space for people to, I don't know, plug in their computers or, take a Zoom meeting or something for work. Not sure, we haven't fully dived into that fully.
Okay.
Go ahead. Another question, Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. This image that's up is a really nice image, and the design is really lovely and thoughtful. I love these light fixtures. Is that just superfluous for this purpose, or are you guys really gonna put in these Parisian-looking 10-foot light posts, or is that just more of finishes and you haven't selected those yet? Because they seem to make a big impact to your renderings. I'm curious if you're beholden to them.
So we have a photometric that was included in the original submittal with everything, and so they might change slightly, but they'll be generally that concept.
Yeah, pretty.
Okay, so if there's no further questions, thank you for your presentation. We will take some public input at this point. So I would like to call to the dais Kevin Sullivan, please. If you could come to the podium, please. And state your name and address. And you have, in general, 3 minutes, please.
Sounds good. Thank you,
Welcome.
Mr. Mayor.
Welcome.
And council members. My name is Kevin Sullivan, and my address is 17415 29th Avenue North, and that's in Plymouth. And I am here this evening to advocate for this project. And the part that I'm looking to advocate for is the open space or park area. I am the state president of the Sons of the American Revolution, and the Sons of the American Revolution is a lineage society that honors our Revolutionary War ancestors by promoting patriotism, serving our communities, and educating and inspiring future generations about the founding principles of our country. I was here previously to speak before you about the public spaces in Wayzata. And at this meeting, it became known to me that the Lake West development currently has property underway that could be used for history exhibits in their landmark Wayzata trails, parks, or open spaces. The SAR, DAR, and CAR have recently met with Kelsey and Kurt of Lake West Development, and they are agreeable to working with us. During our discussions, we learned more about their project, and we have come to realize that this project will also be good for the city of Wayzata and its citizens. Therefore, we, the SAR, DAR, and CAR, have concluded that the proposed landmark Wayzata property development project represents a unique opportunity to transform a key area of Wayzata. It will foster economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental sustainability. We also believe that this development will not only enhance the qualities of life for current and future residents, but also serve as a beacon for promoting patriotism, serving our community, educating and inspiring future generations about the founding principles of our country. Therefore, We as a group respectfully seek the City Council's approval to proceed with this transformative project.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you.
Next, I have Jeff Zitzloff, and I'm not sure, Jeff, I'm acknowledging that you're representing L&R Properties, but is it your attorney that's going to speak, or? Okay, so Darren Knight, the attorney for L&R Properties, will speak.
Good evening, all. I know it's been a long night, so I'll try to abbreviate my comments here.
Your name and your address, please.
Darren Knight. I'm a lawyer and commercial real estate broker, 319 Berry Avenue, Wayzata. Jeff Zitzloff, family owner of the Zitzloff Properties. Also, he offices in the same building.
Yes, 315 Berry Avenue South.
319.
319, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, my quick comment before he does the family thing is that we're in favor of this project with whatever qualifications Darren has, because they've done a great job, they've done a lot of work, and there's a lot of positives, as we've all seen, so.
Thank you, Mr. Zitzloff. Mr. Knight.
Yes, so Lowell Zitzloff and his family and his sons have been responsible developers and owners of and operators of commercial property in Wayzata for a long time, and they built across, they're going to build across the street, the Wayzata Westway condos, and they had a massing break. They did a massing break when we went through the process with the city, and we're seeking consistency with the application of the code. Basically, what we're looking for tonight, and we provided the L&R Properties letter, which I believe you guys have.
Yes, we have it in our packet.
Yes, so again, I'll try to go quickly here. We have a lot of respect for Kurt. He's a very accomplished developer, very successful, and his group. And so we gave you a couple of renditions in our packet. One of them shows what it would look like with massing breaks to the sky. That's what we're advocating for here tonight. We think that applies, and we believe at all 5 spots. And if we don't, the massing breaks will create more sunlight and take away some of the shadow of, because if this thing is built straight across as it is now proposed, it's going to really make both sides of the street in shadow or shade for significant parts of the year. So the massing breaks are going to provide sunlight, not just lake views, but sunlight to the public driving by, walking by, et cetera. So that's why we think it's important. And we think these changes can be made without undue hardship. There's going to be, give or take, 50 condos here, 18,000 square feet of commercial space. We believe the massing breaks can take place and still be economically feasible to the developer. And again, if you look at the city, Eric from city staff mentioned, and he read the code, and if you look at that rendering that shows that we put in our packet too, that shows the massing break per the city drawing, as Councilmember Plekish mentioned, it shows it to the sky. So if the code is silent, we would argue, and the depiction shows it to the sky, the intention is to the sky. So the question was last asked about the ceiling. I don't think there should be a ceiling. And so, we presented that in our packet. At the end of the day, again, we want them to have a successful development, but we want people to be able to see the sun and the sky and not have to create too much shade and shadow across the street. And I think that's a reasonable approach to take. So.
And that kind of confirms the position of the planning commission.
Okay.
But again, all 5.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zitzloff. I just want to make sure Michelle White is not here. I think she left, but I just wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you. Last public comment is from Mr. Pat Hughes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor and the council and staff. My name's Pat Hughes. I own the property at 235 Lake Street East. I developed that property in a joint PUD with Brad Hoyt, and to just kind of put it in perspective, well, first of all, we miss Brad, and sorry they passed away over the weekend, and I would laugh if he was here tonight because we could hear his voice. It'd be kind of fun. It took us 10 years from the first time that project came before the city. There's a lot of similarities to this project. It took over 10 years. There was a lawsuit involved. Brad lost. And eventually, we got to a project across the street that made a lot of sense for everybody involved. We donated property that created a public benefit at the west end of Wayzata. And I've benefited significantly from the project as well. I think the results speak for themselves. The building's full. The parking structure is used extensively. I can remember standing up and everybody said, we don't need parking. You know, it's a city benefit that we don't need, and it just wasn't true. Where there's projects that are truly jointly worked on between citizens in the city, and there's real public benefit, it's immensely powerful, and our project at that end of the city is a great example. I'm here tonight because I'm firmly opposed to this project. As a baseline, using blight of this building for a reason for passing it is maddening to me. I agree, it's really ugly and it's really broken down, but I don't think it has anything to do with redevelopment. I think it's a choice by the developer. They chose to abandon the building 7 or 8 years ago, and yeah, it is bad. And I think they should be held accountable to get it cleaned up. But using that as a reason to approve it tonight, as a baseline, I don't agree with. I don't think there's a clear public benefit. I think we can do way better. I think the project is just the latest attempt to overbuild and crowd out the current stakeholders at the west end of Lake Street. It's my feeling that this is clearly a wear 'em down strategy, and with the goal of getting something based on weariness rather than a true a partnership and benefit to the city of Wayzata. The reality of it is for Pat and for Wayzata 235 and the people that office here and have for years, is our views are all but eliminated. And I'm all for considering something that isn't in front of us tonight at a different time, but what we have in front of us locks me out. And it locks out a series of successful developments on our side of the street. And I think it would just be completely unfair. And more importantly, I think it's unnecessary. I think that's the key word. I mean, I'm pro-development, responsible development. I want something there that makes sense for everybody. But this doesn't do it. I think that the building that's there creates sightline limitations that are okay, because it's there. It was there when we developed our project. And I think if you take the envelope of that building as an idea, even bump it out a little bit and build it as high as it currently is, that creates 100,000 square feet of developable real estate. And it doesn't take anything away from anybody down at our end of the street. And so I would suggest that we continue to work on this and that we strive for a partnership that's real and stress to the people to stay engaged and to stay with it and not get weary and to continue working towards something. It's just not going to be tonight. So thanks for your time, and appreciate the things that we've done in the past and will in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. So now I'll bring it back to council for discussion and discernment. Are there any open questions that anyone wants to ask before someone, I guess, oh yes, we have an update from Mr. Weber. Thank you for reminding me. So to address your question, here we go.
So, what was it again?
Yeah, you know what it is. Is your mic on, Mr. Weber?
He's going to get me a new mic.
Oh, we didn't. Wow, that's a new thing. 6 hours in and we broke the microphones. Maybe that's a good thing.
All right. Thank you. You can have this back.
Go ahead, Mr. Weber.
Thank you, council. So there's no image or figure that matches what they propose. So I'm just going to start with that. There's nothing in this book. I'm sorry, could we actually go to 16? Yeah. So there's two sections of the code and the design guideline. This first one is what to do when you have a medium-sized site, which is by definition 1 to 3 acres. Their site's a little over 2. So it fits in this medium-sized site. And so, the first one, it's a two-story development with parking in the back. They show a significant break in the front, but then they show the two-story building narrowing to the parking. Doesn't match what they have. This is just the images in the handbook. Second one on the bottom shows more like what 201 Lake did, except for they're showing parking where there's a recess in the beginning. You have the first floor serves as that parking, and then it's open above. So these are the images from the medium. If we go to the next page, a couple of these images, like particularly the one on the top, talks about the pedestrian walkway, but it's just a one-story image. So it doesn't talk about what to do for second or third story. So those are the ones there. If we go to page 33, which is specifically about the massing breaks. So we have 3 sections of code and 2 figures. So we have figure number 101, or 301, sorry, 3.1. That has to do with what 201 Lake did. It's a 3-story building. The first story is the full facade, the full length, and then it shows the opening on the second and third story. Figure 3.2, in the caption there, it talks about the mid-block connection to provide views to the lake. But if you can scroll down just a little bit, where it says standards, S1 and then S2, it matches the code of, the first one's about what do you do for a significant massing break? First one talks about figure 3.1. Second one does talk about figure 3.2. And then the third one about the views talks about figure 3.2 as well. So that's the images in the design handbook.
Okay. Councilmember McDonald, does that address your question?
Yeah, it does. Can you scroll back down to the intent? Or back up?
Yep.
To intent? I think that's really.
Oh, right there.
Right here. That, I think, to me, is really important, is the traditional town
There you go.
farm is, what it says, based on multiple buildings fitting within an average block length of 350 feet. These standards ensure that no building mass will be perceived to be longer than a half block in length. This is a whole block. So I'm really struggling with the 2 with the lake views, but truthfully, I'm struggling with all 5. When I hear massing breaks, I'm sorry that I'm using a public comment thing, but it's handier than trying to,
Could you put that on the
this is what I imagine.
board over there? Yeah, just give 1 second, because then everyone in the public can see it, Molly, so
Yeah,
it'll
that's
help
fair.
you illustrate your point. Because we can put it on and you can use mine, I'll get you. Here you go, open it up, and they'll put it on the screen.
That's great.
There you go.
So, and maybe Councilmember Plekish could tell me what you guys intended, what you wanted in all that really hard work that felt so crucial, because we were lacking these design standards. And to me, it was so that we didn't have 700-foot-long buildings that just look like a 700-foot-long building, if that agrees. So, Manager Dahl will get that up there.
Yeah.
Lectern?
Oh, technology pesky sometimes, but.
I'm getting to it.
Would you like to comment, Councilmember Plekish, to address Molly's question?
Well, I could just reiterate what I said before, was, being on the task force, I know what exactly we meant, and what we meant was the picture that you've got there, and not having just pass-throughs. Now, I will say this, that it's an interesting feature. It does have some benefits, like if you do want to duck in when it's raining or something like that. So it's kind of cool, but, the intent is to break buildings up so they don't look like that. But I'm also a little bit skeptical that they're going to be used that much in those sections that are condo owners. condo owners are going to stay in their own patios and in their building. They're not going to go out there and do that. And as far as I know, there's no coffee shop right there. So I kind of am skeptical they'd be used that much, maybe in the commercial areas, but not so much in condo areas. But that's besides the point. I think this here exactly talks about why we did what we did on the task force.
And I would like to concur. I was also on this task force.
You were, sorry.
And I just reiterate, that was not the intent. The intent was to have them split, so it didn't look like one big, long building.
Okay, so I'll give you a chance to address it in a minute. I'd like to just stick to our process of deliberations first, but I will give you a chance to address what was just brought up, if that's okay. So I'll bring it back to council for questions and discernment, and then I will give the applicant a chance to address the dialogue that we just had, in fairness to your position. So go ahead, Councilmember Parkhill.
Yeah. First of all, I want to thank the Planning Commission I listened to your entire presentation, and Commissioner Planton is here.
We have 3 planning commissioners here.
Oh.
There you go. Don't know you guys as well. But I listened to and you guys did a thorough job of going through and analyzing this, and there are so many benefits to this project that is beautiful. And I think it meets or exceeds the guidelines for open spaces, public spaces. It meets or is less than the guidelines for density and lot coverage. We seem, I guess I feel like the same as some of the other comments, that the intent of that design review standard was that it would be all the way through. And maybe there's some way to compromise on that, but when you look at the building from the lake, it is pretty darn solid across there. And, and adding on to that, there is also very little architectural interest on the back. I know that's not necessarily a requirement, but when you see something that prominent up on a hill, it should be required. So those are my thoughts, that those 2 things stick out at me as being the biggest issue. I think the building's beautiful. I think we can probably work with this, but I think some modifications will have to be made.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Parkhill. Who would like to weigh in next?
Sure.
Go ahead, Councilmember Sorensen.
Well, I think we need to keep in mind how critically important this project is. Probably the most important project downtown since Presbyterian Homes development, which was, about 10 plus years ago?
Yep.
So a project like this deserves great scrutiny, because whatever we do here is going to have a significant impact to our downtown. I think it's also fair to say that our community is a bit fatigued with this site. And, I think a lot of people are anxiously awaiting to see what happens here, which can also be a bit of a dangerous thing, because we don't want to react too much to that. We want to make sure we're making thoughtful decisions. So, I would give the applicant a lot of credit that they listened, especially, I think, since the last time around. Parking was a significant issue. I think he did a nice job dealing with that. I like the fact that we have a little less commercial space now. I like the parks on the end. Overall, I think it's a very attractive and thoughtful architectural solution and very fitting to our downtown. So I generally, like Councilman Parkhill, like almost everything about this. The issue that I was wrestling with before we even sat here tonight and talked about it was this long, continuous building, even though it's architecturally very appropriate. This building is to my estimation, and my adding up the numbers, about 945 feet long, from one end to the other. And 945 feet. If you looked at the Presbyterian Homes project from Superior East down to the Financial 360 building, it's about 475 feet. So this building is twice as long. The Carish block, which we all think of from Caribou down to McCormick's, is about 475 feet. So this building is twice as long. It's 2 full blocks long. The other frame of reference, Village Shops seems like it's a long building, right? It's about 560 feet. So the point being, the magnitude and size of this project, I think it's good to really think hard about that. We looked at the rendering from the backside, and I think the Planning Commission did a good job addressing some of this. And it was also interesting, even in the consent agenda discussion for the Planning Commission, there was opinions expressed more than their first meeting about the long nature of this project and the lack of breaks. So I think you have to ask yourself, does a building that looks this long without the breaks going all the way up add to the character of our downtown? How would you feel driving, walking, biking by this building on Lake Street? And how does it appear from the lake? I think there's a natural tendency of anyone who comes here, especially, I don't care if you live here or if you come here as a visitor, you tend to kind of want to see the lake. And I would agree with the comments made from the development across the street. I mean, I was on the Planning Commission a couple of times when this project came in. It seemed like one of the key issues was what we're talking about here. So I was very surprised to see at this go around where we've kind of filled up those massing break areas. I mean, there's potential for 5 massing breaks. I think other applications had the breaks going all the way up. And I think just deviation is something that is a very serious issue. So I've got some reservations and misgivings about where we are here because I like so many things about this project, and I could support it if we found a way to deal with some of these massing break issues. There's a comment made in one of the letters we got. It was a very thoughtful letter, but his point a bit was, well, on the west end of Lake Street, there's kind of not that much happening. There's not a lot of people hanging out. There's some traffic. I think the point is, I think what our job is to think ahead. And if you envision what we think will happen and pretty certain to happen with this project and the development across the street, there will be people. There will be people living there, there'll be people more activity there. So I think we need to think of things that way. So I think as we stand here today, I'd like to support the project, but I think it needs to be broken up. I think it's just too long a building. It's just too long a building. And these tunnels through the building, as deep as this room, don't really, I think we're wrapped around the axle on the massing break issue. I think we all are. So, I don't know. I think we need to deny this, or we find a way to acknowledge that we need to have more breaks in this building. To me, it's more than the 2 that are defined by our staff. It's at least 3, if not 4 or 5. So, those are my thoughts about it.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Mr. Pluckers, Ms. McDonald?
Could I bring up the other design deviation real quick that they're asking for with the trees?
About the trees?
The
Sure.
trees. I think that one's kind of a,
Well, when you do that, then will you offer your comments after that?
yeah,
Okay,
yes,
great.
100%.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that reminder. So, clarification question, the bike path and the footpath will still be there?
Correct.
Yeah. I think that's crucially important. I I think there are a lot of people that don't stop at Berry Avenue and walk behind the Boatworks and go up through Shaver Park and walk around already. So that loop exists, and it's a great loop. And I want to see that loop preserved. I'm curious if so with the design deviation of the tree spacing, it sounds like it's a matter of 3 feet. So if the building were pushed back 3 feet, could we still have our trees, our footpath, and our bike path? I mean,
One more.
Who would like to address that?
I can.
Okay.
Short answer, yes. But when you look at this lot, particularly with where the curb line is, you have it being pinched on the east, because not only does the curb line go south and make that tree spacing not available, the railroad goes north. So the width of this section of the lot is shorter. Not advocating one way or another, just pointing that out.
I just think tree-lined streets are really important. It's kind of the epitome of charm, and tree canopies do a lot for our community. So I'm not real happy with that design deviation either. A previous public comment brought up the partnership and the public good, and I feel like that's what this, and now greater comments, that's sort of what this application is lacking. We were kind of so close at the last one, and I mean, I remember turning on the planning commission meeting and being like, they got the parks, they got the surface parking, this is going so well, and then it was just like massing brakes. So that's how I feel, like we're just out of sync, out of step with the values and the intent of our design standards, to wrap things up and not drawn on and on and on. I think a PUD is a perfectly appropriate guidance. I support that. So I'm glad that's where we ended up instead of in the zoning world. And so I know that there's a few things that we're asking to be evaluated right now. So I think that PUD is great. When it comes to concept plan and general plan, I don't know, maybe staff can tell me how that, or city attorney on how conceptual it can be if you don't think it has proper design, or you don't want to allow those deviations. Can you kind of give me a little?
Before we do that, David, could we get everyone to weigh in and just hear me out for 1 second?
Okay.
The city attorney has to guide us on, there's a slight adjustment to the packet and then how it's venued. And then I think that would be an appropriate time, David, for you to recast, the change from the packet to what was submitted late and read that into the record, and then answer Ms. McDonald's question about process, right? And so, but before we do that, I just want to get everyone a chance to weigh in, so we keep with that line of thought. Your question will get answered
Yeah,
with
and
that.
those are that's the general vibe of how I'm thinking and how I'm thinking about this. So yeah, happy to pass them back.
Great. Councilmember Fleckish.
Were you waiting for an answer?
Oh, no, I'm going to hold that. I wanted everyone to weigh in, and then we'll address the question and then also read into the record the adjustment.
Okay.
Yes.
So my colleagues here have said a lot of what's on my mind, that they're all eloquent as always. There's been a lot of history here. This is the fourth plan, I think, that's come before us. And each iteration, I think, kept us closer and closer to a great solution. And we are, I think, at a very good solution here. I think we're universally commenting about the massing brakes, and that was addressed by the Planning Commission, which, by the way, did an outstanding job on evaluating this. I like what the Planning Commission put before us, in terms of what we should adopt and the one thing we should deny. I wasn't going to really comment about the tree things. I thought that was kind of trivial, but the fact that you brought it up, I will comment on it. I have a great faith in the Three Rivers Park District and their view on things, and they were fully on board with this for reasons that they think are important, and it's important for the city. And if you might remember when Three Rivers extended the bike path into the city, which made that connection, this was kind of the thing that had to happen because of the road and all that. So I think if we tried to complicate things by moving the building back, we're opening up a can of worms that we probably don't need to do. Not to mention that I think aesthetically, if we got 4 or 5 buildings at a certain distance from the sidewalk, and then suddenly we have to step a couple back just to put some trees in, I'm not sure we want to go there. So the bottom line is, I think this is a plan that's worth adopting with the changes that we're going to recommend, I believe. And to Mr. Hughes' comment about it being blighted, it is very much a blighted property. Maybe that was by design, I don't think so. Maybe it was by neglect, probably. But that really didn't weigh into my decision about supporting this. It is a blighted building, there's no doubt about that, but it kind of doesn't play into my decision. What I will say, too, is early on, there was a lot of discussion about keeping the building. A lot of people in the community considered it iconic and historic. It's really neither. It's just a building, and it doesn't have any history. It's maybe sad that it's going to come down, but it needs to come down. The internal layout of that building was just unworkable. I was in it many times, also as a firefighter to help clean up some of this stuff. So I think this is a very good plan with the tweaks we're going to probably approve tonight, and I'd love to see this thing move forward with a vote tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'll just weigh in quickly. Then we'll turn to David, and then I promise the applicant the opportunity to respond to some comments that have been made about massing. I'm trying to be concise and not repeating. I am supportive. I'm coming at this new. I didn't have all the sweat equity time that all of you put into this. I think the design is appropriate. I think the use is appropriate. But I, too, am stuck on the massing breaks for all the reasons that have been articulated. So I'm not going to be duplicative in that. But I am supportive. We need to find a path on these massing breaks. And with that, I'll turn it over to David. And David, what I'm going to ask you to do is there was the city clerk emailed us an adjustment to the language. I want to get that properly read into the record about what we're venuing on this agenda item. And then if you could offer some guidance based on Councilmember McDonald's question about process, right? Concept plan and how that moves along. So, Mr. City Attorney.
Yes, Mayor and Council. So the question about the amendment that came into the packet was really just to add this second motion that you see on your screen to adopt the first reading of Ordinance 849 to amend the zoning map for this new PUD to replace the 1989 PUD. So in some ways, it would just effectuate the zoning district amendment. The one thing I would point out on the massing breaks, so the way this has been brought to you on the Planning Commission's recommendation is for approval of all their requests except for the massing break design deviation at those 2 points that Eric highlighted, not the others that you've been discussing. The other nuance I want to highlight as well for the record, it's also conditioned on the PUD concept plan, the PUD general plan being modified to conform to that massing break standard that staff highlighted. So as it sits here now, if you just adopt these 2 actions, the applicant would be required to modify those PUD plans to incorporate full ground to sky massing break deviations at those 2 points where they need the deviations for. So that those 2 massing breaks would need to conform. If you wanted to go further than that, as has been discussed, and say, no, we think it needs to be broken up even more, the intent of the design standards was that, or we just think that's what's needed to conform to the PUD standards, I think staff's recommendation would be to direct us to prepare that alternative resolution for you at the next meeting. But we can talk about the particulars of that. So did I answer all the questions?
Did I answer your question? Okay, great. I would like to give the applicant a chance to respond to whatever was brought up. I know you raised your hand, and I want to give you proper venue to respond.
Hi, Kurt Fretham, Lake West Development. Thank you all.
Welcome.
I appreciate the responses of what you understood, the design intentions for the design or the massing breaks. When I look at what the staff report says, as an example, the reason why we're asking for, or reason why the city is saying we need a deviation, it says here on page 3 of the staff report, and it says it over and over, significant massing break does not provide views of the Lake Minnetonka from street level. That's it. And the massing breaks provide that. And we believe the word level added at the end of the sentence means something. It was put there for an intentional purpose. I don't know what it was exactly, but it doesn't say second level, it doesn't say third level, it doesn't say the sky. It's talking about the lake, and that's the plain language of the code. And whatever interpretations everybody would like to make about the images that have been put up and examples of how a massing break could be created, they're all well and good. And staff had explained to the Planning Commission that the normal human view, I don't know what that really is supposed to mean, involves looking up and looking down. The normal human mind would not look up for the lake. It would look down. So the rationale that the Planning Commission was asked to disregard or not to try to figure out or interpret code based on city attorney's advice, that they should rely on staff's interpretation. And staff is looking to the sky for the lake. That doesn't seem to have a lot of rationale. And then take it a step farther. We've gone the distance here. In fairness, it doesn't seem like the city maybe cares about the developer at all, especially when you ask us to put in a semi-truck turnaround on site. Nobody in the city's ever done that before. In order to do that, we had to take a big chunk of the building out, which was a huge piece of revenue, and a lake section of the property. And we did that to accommodate neighbors. I know we can't please them perfectly, but to help them with their views of the lake from their second and third levels. And then you asked for a street level parking lot, which was a really expensive street level parking lot we provided. And now we're looking at interpretations of about how the human eye sees and how that relates to we should take some more away. So I'm struggling with what seems like unfairness. And I ask you to reconsider your position on the massing breaks.
Thank you, Mr. Fretham.
I just want to add one thing to that too on the massing. Alex or Eric, I forget if you had the design standard handbook up. Could you pull that back up for a second?
Really need that Jeopardy music. There we go.
If you could just scroll down a little bit to the standards section. So I think, understand the intent may have been different, but I think one of the hard parts to look at this is when you look at the two options, the first one says a massing void provided above the ground floor level. I don't know why it doesn't say that below hand too and say a massing void with a publicly accessible mid-block connection. So I think that's a big disclaimer there. And the figure doesn't mean there's one way to do it. There's also obviously multiple ways to do that. And staff concurred in their staff report by saying that the three of them qualifies as a mid-block connection and narrowing it in down to the street level lake views. So I think that's the biggest thing is if you really wanted that to be a massive void all the way up, why weren't you consistent in the design standard handbook?
Okay.
So
thank you for that input. So now I'm going to bring it back to council. I think we've got both sides of this. Oh, sorry, did you want to?
Excuse me, yes, Mayor. I just had one comment. I just wanted to address a couple of the council members had brought up in your deliberation, which thank you all for your deliberation. It was really great to hear your feedback on this project and all the positives that you had mentioned. But I just wanted to touch on the design of the back of the building. It was not held to the same design standards as the street level, but it does meet the design standards. And I think we need to give our architects a little bit more credit for the thoughtfulness that was put in the back of the design in the back of the building. They are carrying through many elements from the front, like they're using columns, they're using balconies and recesses to break up the facade and the mass. And it really is quite beautiful. And I think if you zoomed into that, we could really appreciate the design and the intention and the thoughtfulness that was put into the back of the building as well. And just, to quickly mention, we didn't go for like, a modular, not to knock that type of architecture down, but it wasn't like a very modular flat roof type of architecture. It's very quite beautiful. And I think to the point of just breaking up that facade, the mass from the back, I mean, there are definitely things, if we go the route of, keeping the massing breaks in, there is opportunity to use different materials or different colors for parts of the building, like where the mass is over the break, just to help break up that length of the building, the appearance of it from the lake.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Thompson, for that clarification. Did you have a comment?
Yeah, I want to weigh in on this. I'm glad you brought this up because it proves my point. It says a massing void. A void is there's nothing there. Okay, so second and third story is not a void. And if we can go back up to intent and read the intent, which proves the point that I'm trying to make. And I will tell you, I was on that committee, as was Mr. Parkhill. I was there. I know exactly what the intent is, and it is not what you're saying. It is to break the building up. So when we pass this tonight, I'm going to ask that all 5 of those locations go all the way to the sky. And that's what I will vote for tonight.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I don't want to get into a debate of opinions. I think the record's very clear, and I'll give you a chance to weigh in. I think the record's very clear on your position, right? And we're formulating ours. And so the record will reflect what you view as the definition, and it will on our side as well. And within a PUD, it's our purview, as Mr. Plekish said, to take it any direction we choose within the rules of the PUD. So within that, Mr. Sorensen, go ahead.
Yeah, so a lot of discussion about the massing breaks pertaining to the ordinance. But I think the real issue, and I think there should be more than 2 massing breaks. I'd like 5, I'd like as close as we can to get to 5. I think the real issue is the PUD compliance issue as relates to the comprehensive plan. And it goes back to small town character, this tunnel effect, the walkability, what we all like about downtown. And if you look at the standards in the PUD concept and general plan, it's intended to encourage things like higher standards of site and building design through the use of trained and experienced land planners, architects, landscape architects, and engineers. The preservation and enhancement of desirable site characteristics, a development pattern in harmony with the objectives of the Wayzata comprehensive plan, and a more desirable and creative environment that might be possible through the strict application on zoning and subdivision regulation. So having this massive building, I don't think complies with the PUD concept and general plan, nor the PUD zoning district amendment standards, which also include the proposed action in relation to the specific policies provisions of the city comprehensive plan. So that deviation there, to me, creates a situation that what we're looking at here with this continuous building with a few holes in it is not consistent with the PUD.
Okay. Thank you for the additional comments. So what I'd like to do is try to reset here a little bit so that we can move forward with a path, right, of wherever we're going to go. So I'm going to try to restate what I think David said, and correct me if I have it right or wrong. So we have a motion based on the Planning Commission report and recommendation to approve all the requests except for, again, this is what the Planning Commission recommendation is, 2 design standard deviations for building massing breaks, And these are deviations from the staff and affirmed by council interpretation of the city's design standards, which require a full break from surface to sky through the entire building where there's a view of the lake. And thus the condition of approval that the PUD plans be modified to comply with the standard in the final PUD plan. Failure to meet that condition, that is removing the second and third floors as two required massing breaks, is therefore a denial of the PUD. So if we want to go a different direction, and I heard some desire to do that, as the city attorney stated, if we're going to do something with additional conditions, I think what I heard the city attorney say is direct staff to come back with a new framework recommendation inclusive of what the consensus of the council decides, and then that would be brought back for consideration. Did I get that right, David?
In essence, I think yes. I think if, you summarized what's before you based on the Planning Commission report and recommendation, if you wanted to go beyond that and require massing breaks in those, what is it, 2 more? Yeah. 3 more, I'm sorry. We'd probably want to be tying those into the PUD standards as well, because I think it goes more to the criteria that Councilmember Sorensen was mentioning and beyond the staff's interpretation.
So if there's consensus for that, then you would work with staff to bring back
an alternative resolution, those additional
okay,
conditions,
great.
yes.
So, Mr. Zwieber.
Just to pose this, could I ask you to pull up page 345 of the packet? So there's one section of the PUD report and recommendation that talks about the massing breaks. And I know we're not going to modify the PC report and recommendation because that's the plan.
That is what it is.
But there seems like a modification that could happen if we're all in agreement that sounds like what we're discussing today. So we have 3.6A, and it talks about the massing break deviation and the lack of the massing breaks. And then it talks about the 2 specific ones with the views. But then it goes on to would also contribute to significantly overwhelming scale, uninterrupted front and rear facades. I'm just posing, and I would like to see David's response to that. If we struck the part of between cores A, 2, and 3 through the views of Lake Minnetonka, wouldn't that achieve what I think I'm hearing the council advocating for?
So before you answer that, David, I think the appropriate process step would be to determine what the majority of the council's direction is. Then you can react to Mr. Zwieber's suggestion on how to address whatever the majority of the council decides. Is that a fair?
Yes, Mayor, and
The hypothetical's there, but we have not voted on anything. We haven't.
exactly, sort of like the last application you took up, you have something before you that you might want to start by voting on
Right.
and see if that passes, and if it doesn't, move on to an
Exactly where I was
alternative.
gonna go. So that's how I would like to address your recommendation, Mr. Zwieber. So bring it back to council. Just like the previous application, I think we'd be well-served to venue the recommendation and vote it up or down. And based on that, then we would go to a step 2, if it is denied, to direct staff to do something else. Everybody on board with that?
Quick question.
Sure.
So would we be voting on the PUD, the CIP, the shoreland, all of that, just
Well, we'd be.
as presented?
Yeah, we'd be, if you go back to the slide, please, that offers the specifics. So we'd be voting first on this exactly. So this resolution that is venuing the planning commission recommendation, it would not, unless it's motioned differently, wouldn't change the recommendation of allowing the deviation of trees, but it would support the recommendation of 2 massing breaks. And so we give that an up or down, and then see where it goes after that. So I guess I would entertain a motion to approve this or deny this, and then let's see where this goes.
And Mayor, just to help you out, I think your motion would be to adopt Resolution 1025.
Yes, I'm asking for that motion. So would someone
Exactly.
like to make that motion, please?
I'll make that motion.
And again,
With one point of clarification, this one approves 2 massing breaks where we want something different. So we do not want to approve this.
well,
I do not want
I think
to
it's
approve
up to us to decide, right? So the motion is to approve it with 2. If it goes thumbs down, then we go to another step. If it goes thumbs up, it goes through.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure we're all on the same page at this hour. The way this motion is teed up would deny their request for deviation for those 2 required massing breaks.
Correct.
From floor to sky.
Correct. And then what we would come back with is an
So
alternative.
if that's not enough, you would vote to, against that motion because you want more.
So,
So just so I'm clear on this now, it's getting more confusing, is if we were to adopt this resolution, which includes denying a massing break, would we still have to get another motion come before us to approve a new plan that,
yes.
okay? I would want that new plan to have 5 massing breaks.
Right, and that would
So
be
do-
your
so
second
I'm asking the council.
Sure,
okay.
sure.
So the, if we were to approve this, does that option come off the table then? Or do we have to deny this?
You should vote against this motion because this motion is only requiring 2 full massing breaks.
Okay.
Because you would not be approving their requested design, which includes 2 deviations.
Is that clear, Mr. Plukish? Okay.
So we've got one motion, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, so we have a motion on the table. We need a second before further discussion. Would anyone like to second the motion on the table? I'll second the motion on the table. Do we have any further discussion?
Yeah.
Please.
So just to be clear, if this is approved, we're denying the massing break deviation issue, but we're approving the PUD concept plan, general plan, and zoning district amendment.
Now, those PUD approvals, general and concept plan, if you look at the resolution on page 322, that approval of the PUD is conditioned on conforming with the massing break deviation required, or I'm sorry, the massing break standard. So those 2 deviations, because they're denied, they have to modify their PUD plan to comply. So that's just in 2 places.
Yeah.
And if council is like, that's not enough, then this motion should fail.
Okay.
Or this, yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Okay, so it's motion and second. And any further discussion? Otherwise, I would call a roll call vote to approve or deny.
Councilmember Plukish?
Nay.
Councilmember Sorensen?
Nay.
Councilmember McDonald?
Nay.
Councilmember Parkhill?
Nay.
Mayor Moore?
Nay. So now we're resetting again, and the guidance from city attorney is now to make a motion to direct staff to prepare something to come back in front of us and to try to drive consensus of a majority vote of 2 massing breaks, 3 massing breaks, whatever it might be. So someone needs to craft a motion. I might lean on you, Mr. Plukish, because I think you have clarity on this in terms of how you'd like to see it venued next. Is perhaps, if you're willing, or Jeff, whoever would like to make it, a motion to direct staff to prepare something to come back to us with guidance on what that would be. So
I can do it.
Okay.
I'll
Go
take
ahead,
a stab at
Mr.
it.
Parkhill.
Let me know if this doesn't agree with what you want. I'd like to direct staff to.
Well, hold on one second, David. Just, I want to make sure we have attention on the motion. It's very important.
Indeed, Mayor.
Yeah, no,
Apologize.
sorry. No, it's okay. It's late. Everyone's, it's all good. Go ahead, Mr. Parkhill.
I'd like to direct staff to draft a resolution approving the PUD concept plan, the PUD general plan, the PUD zoning district amendment, the shoreland PUD CUP, the SIP CUP, and the street tree spacing design deviation, and denying the massing break design deviation at 200 Lake Street. And then we need to add that we would like the massing breaks to be in full force, I guess.
Could we further clarify it and quantify it? So what does full force mean? Does it mean
Well, okay,
2, 3,
that
4?
the massing breaks would be completely open from the ground floor up.
Okay, and how many?
There would be 5.
Okay. So, David, could you try to just restate what you heard and then allow that to be second if someone would like to second it?
Sure. Mayor and Councilmember Parkhill, I think the motion that you made, as I interpret it, is to adopt Resolution 1025 as presented with the additional condition that the PUD plans be modified for 5 full massing breaks from ground to sky.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
And I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Pluckish. Is there further discussion now that it's been moved and seconded?
Mayor, it sounds like the city manager has a question.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, there is some concern about timing, and if we come back ultimately with some other type of first reading of an ordinance, then a second reading could be an issue because it might be after the 120-day timeline or the deadline. So maybe if City Attorney Schilza could provide some insight with how this specific motion might impact that requirement. And if we need a little bit more time, I might suggest a little recess to make sure that we're in order.
Can I make sure I understood what you're asking for? Your concern is if this process step, which is on the table, moved, seconded, and further discussion, it has impact on the clock.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't feel comfortable interrupting a motion and a second at this time. I think what I would ask is that Councilmember Parkhill withdraw his motion and allow a brief recess for staff to confer on timing, and then bring it back now that you'd have the information on timing, Mr. Parkhill, and then you can affirm what it is and go through that process again. And then I think it'll be crystal clear that we're not stepping out of process, right? So what I would request, Councilmember Parkhill, is to rescind his motion and have a second.
So rescinded.
Okay, do we have a second?
It was
You don't have to second it? No. Okay, so it's off the table. I'm going to ask for a 3-minute recess. It is 11:45. I want to be back on the clock by 11:47 to take action. We'll take a short recess.
Our AV person was not on, so that was not recorded. So if you could
Did he fall
start your
asleep?
thought
Did
over.
he fall asleep? or
No,
what?
he's up now. We're good.
Okay, we're on.
He's awake.
All right, so please restart. So we're back in session.
I'll
Please
see-
provide us guidance on the 120-day clock, Mr. Schalzel.
Sure. Well, Mr. Mayor and Council, so we wanted to have that sidebar to just talk through as staff the implications of complying, which we want to do with the statutory requirement for acting on this application within the time frame set by statute. Looked at the calendar a little bit, and I think I'm going to stand by my recommendation that you proceed with the motion that you had considered a moment ago. I think you'll be done with, you'll be able to act within the time that we need to act.
Okay, great.
So-
Thank you for that guidance. Is there any questions of Mr. City Attorney based on that guidance? Okay, hearing none, I would now bring it back to the council to make a motion, to consistent with what we did before.
I'll try and do that. So to adopt Resolution 10-25 with,
Councilmember, I'm sorry to interrupt. Mayor, would you like me to restate where we were a moment ago?
that would absolutely be fine. I was, because you got it.
Yeah. At this hour, I just want to help you
That's
guys.
fine.
So I think the motion that was made and withdrawn was to direct staff to prepare a new resolution based on 1025 with the additional condition that the PUD plan be modified to incorporate 5 full massing breaks from street level to the top of the building.
Okay. So, Mr. Parkle, are you prepared to make that motion as stated?
I make that motion.
Do we have a second for that motion?
And I'll second it again.
Do we have any further discussion on that motion? Okay, I would just comment that I'm going to vote against this. I don't think we need to go to 5, but I'm very supportive of the consensus of the council. And I think that motion will prevail, and it will direct staff, and then we'll review this at a future date. So with that comment, I would request the city manager offer a roll call vote.
Councilmember Parkhill?
Aye.
Councilmember Sorensen?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Pluckish?
Aye.
Mayor Mullen?
No, for the reasons I stated. And so that moves ahead. Then next on our agenda is, I believe, the city manager's report. Mr. City Manager.
Got a long one for you guys. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, don't make it another 20 minutes.
Just real quick, I'll keep it short. Reminder, our local Board of Appeal and Equalization hearing is on Thursday of this week at 5:30. So if there's any residents still listening or watching out there, feel free to come. And if you haven't talked to your our county appraiser, our city appraiser that is represented by the county, you do have the ability to just attend the meeting and get your appeal on the record. So call City Hall if you have any questions. Thank you.
Any questions of the city manager? Okay, I would accept a motion to adjourn our meeting, please.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, thank you. And thank you, public, thank you, staff, thank you, council, for a long meeting and everyone's contributions. And with that, we'll close the meeting.